Welcome to Velvet and Smoke, a werewolf fated mate romance, where fate is messy, the sparks are wild, and the full moon brings more than fur and fangs. There's snark, steam, and a mate bond neither of them asked for, but can't escape. Buckle up, pack. From haunted hearts to ancient curses, you'll find stories here that pull you in and don't let go. If you're into tales that twist the real and the unreal, you're in the right place. T.M. Nyxen Audiobooks. To my subscribers and listeners, your ears give these stories their second life. Hit that subscribe button, and let's dive in. The mountain road was a treacherous ribbon of asphalt. A serpent's spine twisting and turning through a darkness so profound it seemed to swallow the very air. Alex Kincaid, however, navigated its perilous curves with an ingrained, almost primal ease. It was the kind of confidence born not just of years behind the wheel, but of a deeper, wilder connection to this unforgiving terrain. More than once in his life, he'd felt the mountain under four paws, the pine needles and damp earth a familiar scent, the winding trails etched into his very being. His headlights, powerful beams slicing through the ink-black October night, illuminated fleeting glimpses of the wilderness. They caught the fiery spectacle of dying leaves, flames of gold and crimson clinging to branches, and the stark, pale luminescence of birch trees standing like ghostly sentinels along the roadside, their white bark a stark contrast to the encroaching gloom. Another mile lay between him and his destination, Jason's cabin, a sanctuary tucked away in a clearing where the dense forest finally surrendered, opening up like a pair of cupped hands offering a moment of respite. Alex had been glued to his phone for the past 3 days, a habitual tension coiling in his gut, waiting for a specific text. It was a ritual, as predictable as the waxing and waning of the moon. A message that always arrived the week before the full moon. A terse invitation that always read, "Up at the cabin. Bring whiskey." But the text had never materialized. And just as disturbingly, Jason himself had failed to appear at the monthly Chancellor's meeting. For Jason Hale, a wolf of unwavering discipline and meticulous punctuality, this silence was far more than a mere oversight. It was deeply, profoundly concerning. Beneath Alex's skin, the wolf stirred, a restless presence pacing the confines of his human form. An unease, sharp and undefined, prickled at his senses, a primal alarm bell ringing in the depths of his being. They had known Jason for 15 years. 15 years since Alex, barely 20 and still grappling with the immense responsibility of becoming the alpha of the Kincaid pack, had encountered the elder wolf. Jason had been the bedrock, the calm, rational voice that had often tethered Alex's own hot-headed youth in the volatile world of pack politics. He was the Chancellor, the impartial arbiter, the steady hand that had consistently, unfailingly, kept the fragile peace among the sometimes feuding alpha families. The wolf inside him, a creature of instinct and fiercely protective loyalty, could no longer stand the waiting. It demanded action. It needed to know. It needed to check. To ensure their friend, their vital anchor, was safe. When the cabin came into view, warm light glowing in the windows, relief loosened something tight in Alex's chest. He parked the truck and grabbed the bottle of Maker's Mark from the passenger seat, Jason's favorite, before heading up the porch steps. "Typical," Alex muttered, grinning as he knocked twice and pushed the door open without waiting. Jason always left it unlocked when he was expecting company. "Hey, Jas! Thought you would be up here last week." The words died in his throat. The woman standing in the center of the cabin wasn't Jason. She turned at the sound of his voice, and Alex's entire world shifted. She was stunning in that effortless way that made his wolf go very, very still, the kind of beauty that didn't need effort or enhancement. Long, dark hair falling loose around her shoulders, pale skin that seemed to catch the firelight and hold it, and a black dress that hugged her curves like a second shadow. She was barefoot on the old wooden floor, surrounded by cardboard boxes, and her eyes, God, her eyes were dark and red-rimmed from crying. But it wasn't the sight of her that hit him like a physical blow. It was the scent. Alex's nostrils flared involuntarily, his wolf suddenly alert in ways that had nothing to do with attraction and everything to do with instinct. The whiskey bottle nearly slipped from his fingers. The scent wasn't perfume. It wasn't soap or shampoo or anything he could name. It was alive, layered and subtle and completely disorienting. His wolf's pacing stopped entirely. Every sense focused on categorizing what his nose was telling him. At first breath, amber and frost, warm and cold at once. It confused his senses, made his brain stutter trying to reconcile the contradiction. It was the scent of wild fur after a winter hunt, clean and sharp, but underneath it lay something sweet and mineral, like the air after a lightning strike. Like petrichor, an ozone and something his DNA recognized before his conscious mind could catch up. His wolf didn't growl, didn't snarl, didn't even move. It just listened, waited. Every instinct in his body whispered the same incomprehensible message. Submit until you understand. Kneel. Alex Kincaid was an alpha. He didn't submit or kneel to anyone, and yet his wolf was seriously considering it. The woman's voice was rough, hoarse from crying. She clutched a tissue in one hand, and her expression flickered between surprise and wariness. The door was unlocked. I didn't think anyone would just walk in. Sorry. Alex shook himself, trying to clear his head, trying to ignore the way his wolf was practically humming with fascination. I was expecting someone else. Get it together, he told himself firmly. Stop scenting her like a creep. But he couldn't help it. That scent was everywhere, filling the small cabin, and the more he breathed it in, the more layers he found. Deeper than the amber and frost initial hit, there was something else, something that made his spine prickle and his pulse kick up. Iron and honey. Blood and sweetness blended so perfectly that neither dominated. It shouldn't work, those two notes should clash, but instead, they created a balance that his wolf recognized as power. Not aggression, not a threat, just presence, authority. The kind that made lesser wolves remember their place in the chain without a single growl being uttered. You're looking for Jason? The woman's voice pulled him back to the present. She twisted the tissue between her fingers, fresh tears threatening. You knew him? Knew, past tense. The word hit him like a gut punch, but Alex kept his expression neutral, even as his wolf went very quiet. Morning quiet. The kind of stillness that preceded a howl. Yeah, he said softly, finally stepping fully into the cabin and closing the door behind him. The scent intensified in the enclosed space. Now he caught something even deeper, almost imperceptible, like ozone over velvet, like a static charge building before a storm breaks. It prickled along his skin, raising the hair on the back of his neck. His wolf's ears would be flat if he were in fur, not in submission but in awe. Jason Hale. We were close. Friends. The word felt inadequate. Jason had been a mentor, an ally, the wolf who'd taught him how to be an alpha worth following, instead of just a dominant wolf with a title. The woman's face crumpled, and Alex's protective instincts flared so hard his wolf pushed against his skin. He set the whiskey down on the table, hands up in a gesture of peace. Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just barge in. I'm Alex Kincaid. He offered a small, gentle smile, the kind he used on frightened pack members. Though something told him this woman wasn't frightened so much as devastated. I own Kincaid Lodge, down the mountain. Your father Jason and I met up here regularly. When he didn't show last week, I got worried. My father. She repeated the words like they were foreign, like she was still getting used to them. Then she straightened slightly, swiping at her eyes with the back of her hand. I'm River. River Hale. River. The name suited her. Something fluid and powerful and deeper than it appeared on the surface. River, Alex repeated, and his wolf purred at the taste of her name. He ignored it. That's beautiful. Suits you. She blinked at him, clearly not expecting the compliment. A slight flush coloured her cheeks, the first colour he'd seen in her pale face besides the red of crying. Thank you, I think? Sorry. Alex had the grace to look sheepish, though he didn't take it back. Terrible timing. But it's still true. River stared at him for a long moment, and Alex wondered what she saw. A stranger being inappropriate at her father's cabin while she was grieving? Or something else? Did she notice the way he kept unconsciously leaning toward her, drawn by that impossible scent? Did she have any idea what she smelled like? No. Judging by her confusion, she didn't. You said you were expecting him last week. River's voice was steadier now, though her hand still shook slightly as she set the tissue down on one of the boxes. My father passed away 2 weeks ago. Heart attack. It was sudden. The word should have hit harder, but Alex had already pieced it together from the past tense, from the boxes, from the way the cabin felt empty of Jason's presence. Still, hearing it confirmed made something in his chest ache. I'm so sorry, he said, and meant it. His wolf was howling somewhere deep inside, mourning a friend, a mentor, an anchor. Jason was a good man. One of the best I've ever known. River's expression flickered, something complicated passing over her features. Grief, yes, but also confusion, frustration. You knew him well? Pretty well. We'd meet up here, talk pack business, drink whiskey, and pretend we were solving all the world's problems. Alex smiled sadly. He never mentioned having a daughter. The words came out before he could stop them, and he immediately regretted the bluntness. But River didn't seem offended. If anything, she looked resigned. He wouldn't have. She turned away, wrapping her arms around herself. The movement shifted the air, and another wave of that scent hit him. Amber and frost. Iron and honey. Something electric underneath that made his wolf want to circle her, learn her, map every inch of her presence. I grew up in Seattle with my mother. After she died 5 years ago, Dad and we talked, but not about his life here. He'd visit me, but I never came up to the cabin. He said he wanted me to have a normal life. Whatever that means. There was bitterness in those last words, and Alex's wolf caught something else in the air. Not just her baseline scent, but the way it shifted with her emotions. The amber warmed slightly. The honey notes strengthened. She was broadcasting without knowing it, pheromones laced with feeling. His wolf drank it in like water after a drought. What are you? He thought, studying her in the firelight. What did Jason keep hidden? Because that scent, it wasn't just unusual. It was old. Ancient, even. It resonated with parts of his wolf brain that dealt in instinct and hierarchy and laws older than language. Well, Alex said carefully, moving further into the cabin to give her space. He noted the boxes Jason's things being packed away. Noted the journal on the table, the photographs scattered across the surface. For what it's worth, Jason talked about wanting to travel to Seattle more often. I think he missed someone there. Must have been you. River glanced at him, and for a moment her guard dropped. Grief, raw and open, shone in her dark eyes. I wish he'd told me more about his life here. About all of this. She gestured vaguely at the cabin. It's like I'm sorting through a stranger's belongings. Alex's heart twisted. He wanted to tell her, your father was Chancellor. He was one of the most important wolves in North America. He kept you secret because if anyone knew what you were, they'd come for you. But he couldn't. Not yet. Not when she was grieving and clearly had no idea that werewolves even existed, let alone that she might be one. Not when his wolf was still trying to understand what her scent was telling him. So instead, he picked up one of the photographs Jason, younger, grinning at the camera with a massive elk beside him, and smiled. This was a good day. He talked about this hunt for years. Claimed the elk practically walked up and offered itself. A small, watery laugh escaped River. That sounds like Dad. He always had these stories that were probably 90% exaggeration. Oh, absolutely. Alex set the photo down gently. But that's what made them good. They stood in comfortable, uncomfortable silence for a moment. The fire crackling in the hearth, shadows dancing across the walls. River's scent, that impossible, layered, confusing scent wrapped around Alex like silk, and his wolf was purring and pacing simultaneously. Who is she? His wolf kept asking. What is she? Need to know. Need to understand. She smells like something we should remember. Like something important. The moonlight streaming through the window caught River's skin, and Alex saw it just for a moment. A shimmer. Like light reflecting off velvet brushed the wrong way. There and gone so fast he almost convinced himself he'd imagined it. But his wolf had seen it too. And suddenly pieces clicked into place with devastating clarity. Jason Hale. The shimmer. That scent that made his wolf want to kneel. Oh no. How long are you planning to stay? Alex asked, keeping his voice casual even though his mind was racing. If she was what he thought she was, if Jason's bloodline had passed to her, then she was in danger, serious danger, and she had no idea. River looked around the cabin, overwhelmed. I don't know. A few weeks, maybe. However long it takes to sort through everything and figure out what to do with the property. I took a leave from work, so I have time. What do you do? In Seattle? I'm a therapist. Trauma counseling, mostly. She smiled weakly. Ironic, considering. Alex's estimation of her rose several notches. Strong, then. Compassionate! Used to helping people through impossible situations. She was going to need that strength very soon. Listen, he said, pulling out his phone. I know you probably want to be alone, but if you need anything, and I mean anything, call me. I'm just down the mountain. The lodge has supplies, food, whatever you need. And if you want to talk about Jason... He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. I have a lot of stories. Good ones. When you're ready. River took his offered phone and entered her number, and he put his number into her phone, her fingers trembling slightly. When he handed it back, their hands brushed. And electric. A spark that had nothing to do with static, and everything to do with that scent flooding his system, the warmth of her skin. The way his wolf howled in recognition of something it couldn't name. River gasped softly, pulling her hand back. She felt it too, judging by the way her eyes widened, pupils dilating slightly. Sorry, Alex said, though he wasn't sorry at all. His wolf was practically preening. Static, dry mountain air. Right. River's voice was breathy, uncertain. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a nervous gesture that made her seem younger, more vulnerable. Static. Neither of them believed it. Alex forced himself to step back, to move toward the door before he did something stupid like ask her a dozen questions she couldn't answer yet. Like breathe her in so deeply he'd never forget her scent. Like let his wolf do something absolutely insane. Like drop to its belly in submission to a woman who didn't even know she was a wolf. I'll let you get back to... He gestured at the boxes, the photographs, the remnants of Jason's life. I really am sorry for your loss, River. Jason was a good friend. One of the best. Thank you. She wrapped her arms around herself again, and the firelight painted her in golden shadow. Beautiful. Devastating. Dangerous without knowing it. And thank you for checking on him. On the cabin. It's nice to know he had friends here. Alex paused at the door, one hand on the frame. His wolf was screaming at him not to leave, to stay close, to protect. But he couldn't. Not yet. Not until he knew more. River? Yes? If anything weird happens, and I mean anything, call me. Okay? He held her gaze, trying to communicate urgency without scaring her. Promise me. She frowned slightly, confused, but nodded. Okay, I promise. Good. He smiled the charming, easy smile that had gotten him out of 100 awkward situations. Welcome to the mountains, sweetheartle. Try not to let the locals scare you off. Then he left before he could do something monumentally stupid, like tell her the truth. The cold night air hit him like a slap, and Alex sucked in a breath that didn't taste like amber and frost and electricity. His wolf was furious at the distance, pacing and snarling and demanding they go back. Go back. Need to smell her again. Need to understand. She's important. I know, Alex muttered, climbing into his truck. His hands were shaking slightly as he gripped the steering wheel. I know, buddy, but we can't. Not yet. He pulled out his phone and called Marcus before he'd even started the engine. Yeah? His beater's voice was drowsy. It was past midnight. Get everyone to the lodge. Now, we need to talk. Marcus was instantly alert. What happened? Is it the rogues? Territory dispute? No. Alex stared at the cabin, at the warm light still glowing in the windows, at the silhouette of river moving past the glass. It's Jason. He's dead. Heart attack. 2 weeks ago. Silence. Then, fuck. Alex, I'm so sorry. Yeah, me too. Alex finally started the truck, forcing himself to drive away even though his wolf was howling in protest. But Marcus, that's not why I'm calling. Jason has a daughter. She's at the cabin right now. He never mentioned. I know. He never told anyone. Never told her either, apparently. Alex took the first curve too fast, needing the adrenaline to clear his head. She has no idea what he was, what she is. And Marcus. What? Alex's hands tightened on the wheel. His wolf was still replaying that scent, that shimmer, that electric touch. Still trying to categorize what his instincts had recognized immediately. I think she's velvet. The silence on the other end was absolute. Then Marcus whispered, Holy shit. Yeah. Alex took another curve. The mountain falling away on his left. Dark forest rising on his right. The full moon was 3 days away. Holy shit is right. Does she know? Not a clue. She thinks her dad wanted her to have a normal life. Alex laughed, but there was no humor in it. Jason kept her completely in the dark. No idea about packs, about wolves, about what her bloodline means. Fuck. Marcus was quiet for a moment. If she's really velvet, Alex, every unmated alpha in North America is going to want her. For her power, for her bloodline, for I know. Alex's wolf snarled at the thought of other alphas anywhere near her, which is why we need to figure out what to do. Fast. Before word gets out. What's she like? Alex thought of dark eyes red from crying, of bare feet on wooden floors and a black dress that hugged curves his wolf desperately wanted to map, of a scent that made him want to kneel and claim an equal measure, of the way she'd laughed, small and broken, at his story about Jason's elk. He struggled to find words. She's going to be a problem, Marcus snorted. For who? Her or you? Both. Alex pulled onto the main road leading back to the lodge, finally breathing easier with distance, though her scent was still in his truck somehow, on his clothes, in his lungs. Definitely both. I'll get everyone together. How long? 20 minutes! Alex glanced in his rearview mirror, back toward where the cabin sat, hidden in the trees, where River was probably still sorting through her father's life, with no idea that her own life was about to explode. We need to make plans. She's going to shift soon full moons in 3 days, and when she does, every wolf for miles is going to know what she is. Exactly. Alex ended the call and drove in. Silence, his wolf pacing restlessly. He could still smell her, still feel the echo of that electric touch, still see the way the moonlight had made her skin shimmer like velvet. Well, hello, sweetheart, his wolf purred, replaying the moment she turned to face them. This is going to be interesting. That's one word for it, Alex muttered. Interesting, complicated, dangerous, and absolutely, devastatingly inevitable. Because whatever River Hale was, Velvet Wolf, Jason's hidden daughter, woman who smelled like everything his wolf had been waiting for, without knowing it, one thing was certain. His life had just gotten infinitely more complicated, and he couldn't wait to see her again. Back in the cabin, River stood by the window, watching the taillights disappear down the mountain road. Her hand was still tingling where she'd touched him. Her head was still spinning from… what? His presence? The way he'd looked at her like he could see straight through to her bones? The way he'd made her feel something besides grief for the first time in 2 weeks. She pressed her palm to the cool glass and caught her reflection in the window. In the firelight, her skin seemed to shimmer. Just for a moment, she blinked, and it was gone. "Get it together, River," she whispered. "You're just tired, grieving, seeing things." But her father's journal sat on the table behind her, and she knew there were answers in those pages. Answers she wasn't sure she was ready for. She looked down the mountain one more time, toward where Alex Kincaid had disappeared into the darkness. "If anything weird happens, call me." River had a feeling that weird didn't even begin to cover what was coming. She just didn't know how right she was. Kincaid Lodge sat in a valley like a sleeping giant, all dark wood and river stone, with windows that glowed warm against the night. The main building could house 60 wolves comfortably, with cabins scattered through the surrounding forest for those who preferred privacy. It had been Alex's family home for 3 generations, and before that, wild land where his ancestors had run. Now it was a sanctuary. Home. The heart of Kincaid Pack. Alex pulled up to find the parking area already filled with trucks and motorcycles. Wolves emerged from cabins in the main building, some still pulling on shirts, others already dressed and alert. Word had spread fast when the Alpha called a midnight meeting. "You came." He climbed out of his truck and immediately caught the shift in attention. Every wolf within scenting distance noticed something. Heads turned, nostrils flared, expressions flickered between confusion and curiosity. Marcus was waiting on the front steps, arms crossed, eyebrows raised. "Alex, you smell like…" "I know." Alex brushed past him into the lodge. "Don't say it." "I wasn't going to say anything." Marcus followed, grinning despite the serious situation. "But you smell like a female, an unknown female, who apparently makes you smell like you've been rolling in. Is that petrichor? And something else I can't place?" "Main hall." "Now!" Alex's voice carried the alpha command that made Marcus's wolf snap to attention. "Everyone!" The pack gathered quickly. 63 wolves called Kincaid home, ranging from families with young children to elderly wolves who'd been here since Alex's grandfather's time. They filed into the main hall, a massive room with exposed beam ceilings, a stone fireplace large enough to stand in, and pack history carved into the very walls. Alex stood at the front, Marcus at his right, and waited until everyone settled. Grace, one of his eldest pack members, was the first to speak. "Alpha, we can smell her on you." "Who is she?" Straight to the point. Alex appreciated that about Grace. She'd been his grandfather's advisor and didn't waste time on pleasantries. "Her name is River Hale," Alex said, his voice carrying to every corner of the room. "Jason's daughter." The reaction was immediate. Shocked, murmurs, several gasps. Thomas, one of his younger warriors, spoke up. "Jason never mentioned a daughter. He kept her hidden. For good reason." Alex's jaw tightened. "Jason died 2 weeks ago. Heart attack. River came up from Seattle to settle his estate. She's at his cabin now." Silence fell heavily. Jason had been well loved, respected by every pack in the region. Wolves pressed hands to their hearts, the traditional gesture of mourning. "First Mother guide his path," Grace murmured, and others echoed the blessing. "There's more," Alex said quietly. Every eye locked on him. I don't think Jason told her anything. About us. About him. About what she is. What she... Marcus stopped. Understanding dawned in his eyes. Alex, you can't mean. She has the shimmer. I saw it. Moonlight on her skin. Alex's wolf pushed against his skin at the memory. Wanting out. Wanting to go back. And her scent. He trailed off, not sure how to explain. How to put into words the way his entire being had recognized something in her scent that he'd never encountered but somehow knew. What about her scent? Grace stood, moving closer. Her eyes were sharp, ancient with knowledge. Alpha. What did she smell like? Like. Alex struggled. Amber and frost. Iron and honey. Something electric. Something that made my wolf want to... He cut himself off, but Grace's expression had already shifted to shock. Submit, she whispered. Your wolf wanted to submit! The room erupted. An alpha doesn't submit. That's impossible. Unless... Quiet. Alex's voice cracked like a whip, and every wolf fell silent. He looked at Grace, who had gone pale, one hand pressed to her chest. You know what she is. It wasn't a question. Grace nodded slowly. I'm 73 years old. I've lived through the tenure of 3 chancellors. But before them, when I was barely 20. She closed her eyes, remembering. There was a wolf who came to visit your grandfather, Jason's great-grandmother, Evelyn Hale, the velvet wolf. You could have heard a pin drop. I only saw her once, Grace continued, her voice distant. But I'll never forget it. The way she moved, the way every wolf in the room felt their knees weaken, without understanding why. And the scent. Her eyes opened, locking on Alex. It wasn't perfume. It was a presence, biology that bordered on divinity. It made you want to kneel before you understood why. Velvet, Marcus breathed. Jason's daughter is velvet. If what Alpha describes is true, yes. Grace looked at Alex with something like awe. The bloodline passes through the females only. It's been, 60 years since Evelyn passed? 2 generations. We thought perhaps the line had ended. What does it mean? Sarah, one of the pack mothers, asked. For her? For us? Alex felt the weight of 63 pairs of eyes on him, waiting for their alpha to have answers he didn't have. Grace answered instead. Velvet wolves are the highest authority in our world. Above alphas, above regional chancellors, they're kingmakers. Their word can elevate or destroy packs. And their scent, she paused, choosing words carefully. It carries pheromones from the first wolf mother, the matriarch, who birthed all shapeshifter lines. When a velvet wolf breathes, other wolves breathe in their own origins. They can't help but submit. It's not magic. It's biology written into our DNA. That's why Jason kept her hidden, Marcus said slowly. Every unmated alpha in North America would want her, for her power, for her bloodline, for her children, Grace corrected grimly. Velvet wolves breed true through daughters. Any female child she bears will carry the bloodline, the ability to command any wolf, regardless of rank. Thomas spoke up again, younger and more blunt than the elders. So, what do we do? She's at Jason's cabin, alone, with no idea what she is. 3 days before the full moon? Alex's wolf snarled at the reminder. 3 days. River would shift for the first time in 3 days, and when she did, her scent would explode across the mountain. Every wolf for miles would know what she was. We protect her, Alex said firmly. Jason was our friend, our chancellor. He trusted us by having his cabin on our land. His daughter is under Kincaid protection until she decides otherwise. And when other alphas come, asked David, one of his warriors. Because they will come, Alex. As soon as word spreads. Then they'll learn what it means to challenge Kincaid Pack on our own territory. Alex's eyes flashed amber, his wolf rising to the surface. The room filled with the scent of cedarwood and smoke, his dominance pheromones asserting his authority. River Hale is under my protection. Anyone who has a problem with that can take it up with me directly, the pack responded, instinctively heads dipping, throats baring slightly. Not in fear, but in solidarity, in agreement. There's one problem, Grace said quietly. If she doesn't know what she is, how do we protect her? She'll shift in 3 days and have no idea what's happening to her body. The terror alone could kill her, or worse, she could hurt herself. Or humans. Alex had been thinking about exactly that during the entire drive back. His wolf had been screaming about it, actually. About River. Alone and scared and dangerous to herself. I'll tell her, he said. Tomorrow. I'll go back and tell her everything. She won't believe you, Marcus pointed out. Would you? Hey, your dad was a werewolf, and so are you. Also, you're basically werewolf royalty. She'll think you're insane. Then I'll show her. Alex's hands clenched at his sides. Shift in front of her. Prove it. She has to know before the full moon. And if she runs? Sarah asked gently. If she's terrified and leaves? She won't. Alex's wolf was certain of this, even if he wasn't entirely sure why. She's sorting through Jason's things. She wants answers about her father's life. And, he hesitated. I think some part of her already knows something's different. She just doesn't have the framework to understand it yet. Grace studied him with those ancient, knowing eyes. You're drawn to her. Your wolf recognizes what she is. It wasn't a question, but Alex nodded anyway. My wolf is confused. It wants to submit to her authority, but it also wants to. He stopped, suddenly aware of how many pack members were watching him with knowing expressions. Claim her, Marcus finished, grinning. Your wolf wants to claim her, which must be really confusing since it also wants to roll over and show its belly. A few snickers rippled through the room. Alex shot Marcus a glare that promised retribution later, but his beta just grinned wider. It's not funny, Alex growled. It's a little funny, Thomas muttered, and someone else laughed outright. Focus, Alex snapped, though he felt the tension in the room ease slightly. Good. They needed to stay alert but not panicked. We have 3 days to prepare. I want patrols doubled around Jason's cabin. Subtle, I don't want to spook her. But if any unknown wolves enter our territory, I want to know immediately. Yes, Alpha. David nodded, already mentally organizing schedules. Grace, can you research what we know about velvet wolves? Anything that might help River understand what's happening to her? Of course. The old wolf's expression softened. Poor thing. To lose her father and discover this all at once. Which is why we need to be prepared to support her, not overwhelm her. Alex looked around the room. She's grieving. She's alone. And in 3 days, her entire world is going to shatter. We're going to be there to help pick up the pieces. Understood? A chorus of agreement rippled through the pack. One more thing, Alex said, his voice dropping to something more serious. No one, and I mean no one, contacts other packs about this yet. If Vincent Cross or any of the other alphas find out Jason had a velvet daughter before we've had a chance to help her understand what she is, they'll descend like vultures. We keep this quiet until River is ready to face the political shitstorm. Clear? More nods, more agreements. Marcus stepped forward. You're planning to bring her here? To the lodge? After she shifts? Yes. She'll need to be around other wolves. Learn control. And Alex's jaw tightened. She'll need the pack's protection, more than I can give alone. She'll have it, Sarah said firmly, and others echoed the sentiment. Alex felt something loosen in his chest, pride in his pack, gratitude for their support. Thank you, all of you. I know this is unprecedented. But Jason was family. His daughter is family too, whether she knows it yet or not. First, Mother guide her path, Grace said softly, and ours as we walk it with her. The traditional blessing was repeated by every wolf in the room, a chorus of support that made Alex's wolf finally settle slightly. The meeting dispersed slowly. Wolves lingered to talk in small groups, processing the news. Alex found himself at the fireplace, staring into flames, his mind already back at that cabin. Marcus joined him, 2 glasses of whiskey in hand. He offered one to Alex. "You doing okay?" "Honestly? No." Alex took the glass but didn't drink. "My wolf is losing its mind. It wants to go back right now. Stand guard outside her cabin. Make sure she's safe. But you're not going to. I'm going to give her one night." One night to grieve her father without a werewolf alpha complicating things. Alex finally sipped the whiskey, the same maker's mark he'd brought for Jason and never delivered. It burned going down. "Tomorrow morning I'll go back. Tell her everything. Pray she doesn't have me committed." Marcus was quiet for a moment. Then, "You know what's going to happen, right? If she really is Velvet, every alpha for 500 miles is going to want her. For her power, for breeding rights, for political advantage. I know, and you're already planning to fight every single one of them." Alex turned to look at his beta. Marcus had been his best friend since they were teenagers, roughhousing in wolf form and getting into trouble. He knew Alex better than anyone. "Yeah," Alex said simply. "I am, even though you met her approximately 2 hours ago." "Even though." Marcus shook his head, but he was smiling. "You're absolutely screwed, you know that?" "Completely." Alex drained the whiskey, welcoming the burn. "She's going to be the death of me, Marcus. I can feel it." "Or the making of you," Marcus clapped him on the shoulder. "First, Mother knows you've needed something to shake up your life. You've been too comfortable being alpha. I hate you." "No, you don't." Marcus grinned. "Get some sleep, Alpha. You're going to need it. Tomorrow you have to convince a traumatized therapist that werewolves are real, and she's the most powerful one alive. When you put it that way, it sounds impossible. It probably is. But you're going to try anyway, because he was. Of course he was. Alex's wolf wouldn't let him do anything else." He headed upstairs to his quarters, a suite of rooms that overlooked the valley and the forest beyond. He should have slept, should have rested for the confrontation tomorrow. But every time he closed his eyes, he smelled amber and frost, saw moonlight shimmer on pale skin, heard her voice, rough from crying. "He never told me." His wolf paced restlessly, whining, wanting. "Go back! She's alone. Need to protect." "Need to, tomorrow," Alex promised out loud. "We'll go back tomorrow." The wolf didn't like it, but it settled into an uneasy truce. Alex lay awake until dawn painted the sky gold and pink, thinking about dark eyes and dangerous bloodlines and a woman who smelled like everything he'd been waiting for without knowing it. Thinking about how he was going to explain the impossible to someone whose life had already been shattered. Thinking about how he was going to keep her safe from every wolf who would come for her. And thinking, though he tried not to, about how even now, hours later, her scent still clung to his clothes like a promise, like a warning, like fate. River stood by the window as dawn broke over the mountains, her father's journal open in her hands. She'd been reading all night, unable to stop, unable to believe. But the evidence was there. In Jason's neat handwriting, in photographs she'd found tucked between pages, in the strange objects scattered through the cabin that now made terrible sense. Her father had been something impossible. And according to the journal, so was she. Her hands trembled as she turned to a passage near the end. "River, if you're reading this, you'll have noticed you smell different. Not to humans, they won't detect it, but to wolves. Sweetheart, your scent is the velvet legacy. It's not perfume. It's pheromones that carry the blood of the first wolf mother, the matriarch who birthed all shapeshifter lines. When you breathe out, wolves breathe in their own origins. They can't help but submit. It's not magic. It's biology that borders on divinity. I'm sorry I kept this from you. I wanted you to have a normal life, free from the politics and danger that comes with our bloodline. But if you're reading this, then I'm gone and you're alone, and that's not fair to you. You're going to change soon. You'll feel it coming, fever, heightened senses. Your skin will shimmer in moonlight. Don't be afraid. You're not sick. You're waking up. And when you do, every wolf in the world is going to know what you are. River closed the journal, hands shaking so hard she nearly dropped it. She looked at her reflection in the window glass. In the early morning light, she could swear her skin had a subtle shimmer. "This isn't real," she whispered. This can't be real. But deep down, in some part of herself she'd never acknowledged before, something stirred, something wild, something that smelled the forest and wanted to run. She thought of Alex Kincaid and the way he'd looked at her. The way he'd said, "If anything weird happens, call me," with an urgency that hadn't made sense. Until now. River pulled out her phone and stared at his number. But before she could decide whether to call, she heard it, the crack of a branch outside, the soft pad of footsteps on the porch. Someone was here. Her heart hammered as she moved to the window, peering out. A large man stood at the edge of the clearing, watching the cabin. He was massive, heavily muscled, with silver threading through his dark hair. His eyes caught the morning light and flashed amber, just like Alex's had, for the briefest moment last night. River's breath caught. The man tilted his head, nostrils flaring like he was scenting the air. Then his gaze locked on the window on her, and he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. River scrambled for her phone, pulling up Alex's number with shaking hands. She hit call and prayed he'd answer. The phone rang 3 times each, one an eternity before Alex's voice came through, rough with sleep, an immediate alertness. "River, what's wrong?" She shouldn't have been relieved to hear his voice. She'd only met him hours ago, but something in her chest loosened at the sound of him, and she hated that she needed that comfort. "There's someone outside," she said quietly, not taking her eyes off the man at the edge of the clearing, watching the cabin. A pause. Then Alex's voice sharpened. "Big guy? Silver in his hair?" "Yes. How did you—" "That's Marcus, my beta, my second." She heard rustling, like he was already getting dressed. "He's not a threat, River. He's there to keep watch. Make sure you're safe." "Safe from what?" Her voice cracked slightly. "Alex, I've been reading my father's journal all night, and I need you to tell me this is all insane. That he was sick or delusional, or I'm on my way. 10 minutes. Don't go outside, okay? Alex, 10 minutes, sweetheart. I promise I'll explain everything." The line went dead. River stared at the phone, then back out the window. Marcus, if that's who he was, had moved slightly, positioning himself where he could see both the cabin and the forest road, like he was standing guard. Protecting her. From what? River's hands were still trembling as she set the phone down and looked at the journal again, at her father's handwriting, at words that couldn't possibly be real. But Alex had known. Last night, the way he'd looked at her, the way he'd insisted she call if anything weird happened, he'd known. She sank onto the couch, journal in her lap, and made herself read the beginning, the part she'd skipped in her panic to understand the ending. River. If you're reading this, then I'm gone and you're alone. And I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for keeping secrets. I'm sorry for the burden I'm leaving you. I'm sorry I won't be there to help you through what's coming. But most of all, I'm sorry for being a coward. I should have told you years ago what you are. What we are. But I loved you too much to burden you with it. I wanted you to have a normal life, college, career, relationships unburdened by politics and power and the weight of a bloodline that goes back to the beginning of our kind. But you deserve the truth. And now that I'm gone, you need it to survive. River, werewolves are real. I was one. And so are you. River's laugh was sharp, broken. She read the words again, waiting for them to make sense, waiting for the universe to correct itself and reveal this was all some elaborate, terrible joke. The words didn't change. She kept reading. I know how this sounds. Believe me, I know. But before you convince yourself I'd lost my mind, look around the cabin. Really look. The silver box under the floorboards by the fireplace, open it. The evidence is there. River stared at the fireplace. She'd been in this cabin for a day and never noticed anything unusual about the floor. She moved to the hearth on shaking legs, running her hands over the wide planked wood until her fingers caught on a seam. A section of floor lifted easily, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside was a silver box, engraved with symbols she didn't recognize. River lifted it out with trembling hands. It was heavy, cold. She set it on the coffee table and opened the latch. Inside, photographs. Dozens of them. Her father with groups of people. No, not people. She could see it now, the way they stood, the way their eyes caught the camera flash with an amber gleam, the way some of them were mid-shift in the photos, caught between human and wolf. River's stomach lurched. There were documents too, official-looking papers with seals and signatures. Titles like Chancellor of the Northern Territories and Treaty of the Five Packs. Her father's name was on most of them, and at the bottom, a photograph that made her breath catch. A woman who looked like River, same dark hair, same bone structure, standing beside a massive silver wolf. The woman's skin had a distinct shimmer in the photograph's lighting, and her eyes were amber bright even in human form. Written on the back in faded ink, Evelyn Hale, the Velvet Wolf. 1947. River's hands shook as she set the photo down and returned to the journal. That's your great-great-grandmother, Evelyn. The last velvet wolf before you. Our bloodline is old, River, ancient. We don't just descend from wolves, we descend from the first wolf mother, the matriarch who birthed all shapeshifter lines. The velvet wolves are her most direct descendants, and we carry her power in our blood. The velvet wolf is the highest authority in werewolf society. Above alphas, above regional chancellors. We're kingmakers. Our word can elevate or destroy packs. Our presence commands submission from any wolf, regardless of rank. It's not magic, it's biology. The females of our line carry pheromones that other wolves can't resist. When you breathe, they breathe in their own origins. Their DNA remembers the first mother and responds accordingly. They can't help but submit. It's written into their very nature. Your great-great-grandmother ruled North America's werewolves for 40 years. Not through violence or threat, but through pure presence. When she spoke, alphas listened. When she commanded, wolves obeyed. That power is in you now, River. I've seen the signs since you were a child, the way animals respond to you, the natural authority in your voice, the shimmer on your skin under moonlight. I kept you away from our world because I was afraid. Afraid of what others would do to possess that power. To possess you! Every unmated alpha in the country will want you either to claim you and your bloodline, or to eliminate the threat you represent. Your daughters will be velvet wolves too. Whoever fathers them will be tied to the most powerful bloodline in our world. I wanted to protect you from that. From being seen as a prize, a womb, a political tool. But now I'm gone, and you need to know what you are, what you're capable of, and what dangers you face. River's vision blurred with tears. She swiped at them angrily, kept reading. If you're reading this, you'll have noticed you smell different. Not to humans, they won't detect it. But to wolves. River, your scent is the velvet legacy. It's not perfume. It's pheromones that carry the blood of the first wolf mother. When you breathe out, wolves breathe in their own origins. They can't help but submit. It's not magic. It's biology that borders on divinity. Your scent will be subtle at first, amber and frost, sweet and sharp at once. As your wolf awakens, it will intensify. You'll develop layers, iron and honey, blood and sweetness balanced perfectly. That balance signals power without aggression. And beneath it all, there's something deeper, something that makes the air itself feel charged, like ozone before a storm. Static that raises the fur along a wolf's spine. You won't smell it on yourself, but every wolf who comes near you will feel it in their bones. The compulsion to submit, to bow, to recognize you as what you are. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I know this is overwhelming, but you need to understand what's happening to your body before your first shift. The full moon is powerful for all wolves, but for velvet wolves, it's transformative. Your scent will explode across the territory. Every wolf for miles will know what you are. You'll need allies. Friends, a pack to protect you until you're strong enough to protect yourself. There's an alpha nearby, Alexander Kincaid of Kincaid Pack. His land borders ours. He's young but strong, and more importantly, he's honorable. If you need help, go to him. He knew me well enough to understand what you are, and he'll protect you if you ask. But River, be careful. The mate bond is strong for wolves, and doubly so for velvet wolves. When you meet an alpha who your wolf recognizes, the pull will be intense. Your scent will call to him. His wolf will respond in ways he can't control. Choose carefully who you trust with your heart, because once a velvet wolf bonds, it's forever. I love you, sweetheart. I'm sorry I won't be there to guide you through this, but you're stronger than you know, stronger than I ever was. You're my daughter, and you're the velvet wolf. Don't let anyone make you forget either of those things. Dad River closed the journal with shaking hands and sat in silence, trying to process, trying to breathe. Werewolves, bloodlines, power written into DNA. Her father had been the chancellor, some kind of werewolf politician, and she was supposed to be their queen. This is insane, she whispered to the empty cabin. This is absolutely insane. But even as she said it, things were clicking into place. Memories she dismissed as strange but meaningless suddenly took on new significance. The way animals had always been drawn to her or terrified of her, no in between. The dreams she'd had since childhood of running through forests on 4 legs. The way her father had always been so careful about where they lived, who they spent time with. The way he'd discouraged her from going camping, hiking in remote areas. Anything that might put her in contact with wild spaces during the full moon. The way her skin sometimes seemed to shimmer in certain lights, and she'd always assumed it was a trick of her vision. River stood abruptly and walked to the window. Dawn had fully broken now, painting the forest in gold and shadow. Marcus was still there, standing guard. She watched him for a moment, and as she did, he turned his head. His nostrils flared slightly, and even from this distance, she saw his expression shift. Surprise, recognition. Then his head dipped, just slightly, almost a bow. River stumbled back from the window, heart racing. When you breathe out, wolves breathe in their own origins. She looked down at her hands. They looked normal. She felt normal, but according to her father, she was anything but. The journal said to test it, to see if animals responded. River pulled on her father's old jacket too large, smelling of him and wood smoke, and stepped out onto the porch. Marcus straightened immediately. Miss Hale, you should stay inside until... Until what? River's voice came out stronger than she felt. Until Alex gets here to explain why you're standing guard over my father's cabin like I'm in danger? Marcus's expression was carefully neutral, but she saw the way his jaw tightened, the way his hands flexed at his sides. Just being cautious, ma'am. River. My name is River. She moved down the porch steps, and Marcus tensed. And I'm going for a walk. You can either tell me why I shouldn't, or you can follow me if you're so concerned about my safety. She didn't wait for his answer. She walked toward the tree line, half expecting him to stop her. He didn't, but she heard his footsteps behind her, maintaining a careful distance. River stepped into the forest, and something in her chest eased. The trees felt right. The earth under her feet felt like coming home. She breathed deeply, trying to smell whatever her father claimed she should smell. Nothing. She smelled pine and earth and morning dew, normal forest scents. But then the wind shifted. A deer in the clearing ahead froze mid-step. Its head swung toward her, nostrils flaring. For a moment, it just stood there, trembling. Then it bolted, crashing through the underbrush in blind panic. River stared at the space where it had been. "You're starting to manifest," Marcus said quietly from behind her. "Your scent. It's getting stronger." River turned to face him. He was keeping his distance a good 10 feet and his posture was strange, respectful but wary, like she was something dangerous he wasn't sure how to approach. "You can smell it? Whatever my father wrote about?" Marcus nodded slowly. "Yes, ma'am, River. I can smell it. It's subtle still, but it's there. Amber and frost. Something sweet underneath. It's..." He paused, seeming to struggle with words. "It makes my wolf want to bow. Even though you're not shifted. Even though you don't know what you're doing. I don't want people bowing." River's voice cracked. "I don't want any of this. I know." But Marcus's head turned sharply toward the road. "Alex is here." River heard it a moment later, the sound of a truck engine, tires on gravel. Relief and terror warred in her chest. She walked back to the cabin, Marcus trailing behind her like a silent shadow. By the time she reached the clearing, Alex was climbing out of his truck, and the sight of him made something in her chest settle. He looked like he'd dressed in a hurry, jeans, boots, a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His hair was slightly mussed, and there was stubble on his jaw. His eyes locked on her immediately, and she saw relief flash across his face. Then he was moving toward her, and the scent hit her. Cedar and smoke, wild and warm and utterly male. It wrapped around her like a physical presence, and for the first time, she understood what her father meant about scent being alive. Alex stopped a few feet away, and his nostrils flared. His entire body went rigid. River. Her name came out rough, strained. "You've been reading." "How did you know?" "Because you smell." He closed his eyes briefly, jaw clenching. Stronger. The awakening is accelerating. River's hands clenched into fists. "Did you know? Last night, when you came to check on my father, did you know what I was?" Alex opened his eyes, and they were amber bright. Not human. His wolf was very close to the surface. "I suspected," he admitted. "Your scent, the shimmer on your skin, I've only read about it, never experienced it. But I knew Jason came from the Velvet Line. I just didn't know it had passed to you." The Velvet Line. River laughed, and it sounded broken even to her own ears. "Is that what we're calling it? Like I'm royalty? Like I'm something special instead of something completely insane?" "You are special." Alex took a step closer, and River saw him fighting for control. His hands were shaking slightly. "You're velvet. That means, I know what it means. I read the whole journal." River pulled it from her jacket pocket, holding it up. "My father explained everything. The bloodline, the power, the first wolf mother. How I'm supposed to be able to make wolves submit just by breathing. How every alpha in the country is going to want to either claim me or kill me." Alex's expression darkened. "No one is going to hurt you." "You don't know that." "Yes, I do." He moved closer still, and his scent intensified. Cedar and smoke and something wild that made her dizzy. "Because you're under Kincaid protection now. Anyone who wants to get to you goes through me, and 63 very loyal, very protective wolves first." River stared at him, at the absolute certainty in his voice. "You don't even know me. I knew your father." That's enough. But his eyes said something different. Something that made her pulse kick up. "And River, I need you to understand what's about to happen. In 3 days, the full moon hits. You're going to shift for the first time. And when you do, your scent, will tell every wolf in the world what I am. I know, Dad explained. River wrapped her arms around herself. I'm terrified. I know, sweetheart. The endearment was soft, gentle. But you don't have to go through this alone. Don't. River took a step back. Don't call me that. Don't be nice to me. Don't. Her voice broke. My father just died. I just found out werewolves are real and I'm one of them. And apparently I'm some kind of walking supernatural authority figure. And I can't process any of this. Alex held up his hands, giving her space. But she could see the effort it took him, the way his wolf was pushing at his control. Okay, no nicknames, no pressure. His voice was careful, measured. But River, I need you to come back to the lodge with me. You need to be around other wolves. You need to learn what's happening to your body before the full moon forces the shift. I need River's breath hitched. I need proof. Real proof. Not just my father's journal and a guard dog stationed outside my cabin, and my own paranoid belief that I'm going insane. Alex studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. Okay. Proof. He stepped back, away from her and Marcus. Rolled his shoulders like he was preparing for something. Alex, Marcus started. She needs to know. Alex's eyes locked on River. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to show you what we are. Then he shifted. River had read her father's description of shifting. She thought she'd been prepared. She wasn't. One moment Alex was standing there, human and solid and real. The next, his body folded, that was the only word for it. Bones cracking and reforming, skin rippling with fur, and then a massive wolf stood where the man had been. He was huge. Easily the size of a small horse, with dark fur that caught the morning light, and eyes that glowed amber bright with intelligence that was distinctly human. Distinctly Alex. River's knees gave out. She hit the ground hard, unable to look away from the impossible sight in front of her. The wolf Alex took a careful step toward her, then another, moving slowly, deliberately non-threatening. He stopped just out of reach and sat, like a dog waiting for permission. But there was nothing dog-like about him. This was a predator, a creature of teeth and claws and power. And his eyes were Alex's, completely, absolutely Alex's. Oh my God, River whispered. Oh my God, it's real! It's all real! The wolf made a soft sound, not quite a whimper, not quite a whine, concerned, checking on her. River's vision blurred with tears. My father was this. He was this, and he never told me, and I'm supposed to be this too, and I don't know how. The shift happened again, and Alex was kneeling in front of her, human once more. Completely naked, she realized distantly, but he didn't seem concerned about it. His hands hovered near her shoulders, not touching, but close. Breathe, he said gently. Just breathe, River. You're okay. I'm not okay. Nothing about this is okay. But she was breathing, following his rhythm without meaning to. You just turned into a wolf. A massive, terrifying wolf. I know. And in 3 days, you will too. His voice was steady, anchoring. It's not as scary as it looks. Your body knows what to do. Your DNA has been waiting for this your whole life. What if I can't? What if I try to shift and something goes wrong and you can? And you will. Alex's hands finally touched her, just his fingers on her arms, steadying. I'll be there. My pack will be there. We'll help you through it. River looked up at him, at this man who'd been a stranger 12 hours ago and was now kneeling in front of her promising impossible things. Why? She asked hoarsely. Why do you care? You don't know me. Alex's expression shifted, something complicated passing over his features. Because your father was important to me. Because you're alone and scared, and you deserve better. And because... He stopped abruptly. His nostrils flared, and his entire body tensed. "What?" River asked. "Because what?" "Because you smell incredible," he admitted roughly. "And my wolf is losing its mind trying to figure out if it should kneel or claim you. And I really need you to come to the lodge so I can have some space to think clearly." River blinked. Of all the things she'd expected him to say, that wasn't it. "I smell?" She'd showered last night. She was sure she had. "Not bad." Alex let out a strained laugh. "God, no. You smell like everything. Amber and frost, iron and honey. Something that makes the air feel electric. My wolf can barely function around it." River remembered the journal entry. "Your scent will call to him. His wolf will respond in ways he can't control." "You're an alpha," she said slowly. "My father said alphas would." "I know what your father said, and he was right." Alex's eyes met hers, amber still bleeding through. "Every unmated alpha who catches your scent is going to respond, but I'm not going to let anyone hurt you or use you, River. That includes me. You're fighting it right now. I can see it." "Yeah, I am." He didn't try to deny it. "My wolf wants to drop to its belly and roll over for you because you're velvet, and that's what wolves do around velvet wolves. But it also wants to..." He cut himself off, jaw clenching. "It doesn't matter what it wants. What matters is what you need." River stared at him, at the tension in his shoulders, the strain in his voice, the way he was physically holding himself back. "Stand up," she said quietly. "River, stand up, please." Alex stood slowly, still too close, still radiating that cedar and smoke scent that made her head spin. River stood too, suddenly aware of how much taller he was, how much broader, how present he was. She took a deep breath and caught it. That subtle shift in the air. Amber and frost, her father had written, iron and honey underneath. "Do I really smell like that?" she asked. "Like something that makes wolves want to submit?" "Yes." Alex's voice was strained. "Your scent isn't perfume, sweetheart, sorry. River. It's presence. It's power. Every wolf who gets close to you is going to feel it. Most of them won't be able to resist it. But you are. Resisting. I'm an alpha. I'm built to resist dominance." But his hands were clenched into fists at his sides, and she could see the tremor in them. "It's taking everything I have, but I can fight it." River studied him for a long moment. Then, on impulse, she stepped closer. Alex's entire body went rigid. "River, don't!" She breathed out slowly, deliberately. She couldn't smell whatever he claimed to smell, but she saw the effect. Watched Alex's pupils dilate, his jaw clench, his shoulders hunch like he was bracing against a physical force. Marcus, standing a careful distance away, made a sound low in his throat and his head dipped. River stepped back quickly. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. It's okay." Alex's voice was rough. "You're testing it. I understand. But River, you need to know that scent, that power. It's going to get stronger, a lot stronger. When you shift, it's going to explode. And every wolf in 100 miles is going to know exactly what you are." "Then what do I do?" River asked, hating how small her voice sounded. "How do I protect myself from that?" "You let me help you." Alex held her gaze. "You come to the lodge. You let my pack teach you. And you give yourself time to understand what you're capable of before you have to face the rest of our world." River wanted to argue, wanted to insist she could handle this alone, that she didn't need protecting, that she was perfectly capable of processing the impossible on her own. But she was terrified and exhausted, and her father's journal had said to trust Alex if she needed help. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, I'll come." Relief flooded Alex's expression. "Thank you. Can you pack a bag? Bring anything you need from the cabin?" "What about my father's things? They'll be safe. I'll have wolves watching the cabin. No one will touch anything." He paused, And River? You can come back any time. This isn't prison. It's sanctuary. She nodded numbly and turned toward the cabin. Stopped. Looked back. Alex? Yeah? In 3 days, when I shift for the first time, will it hurt? His expression softened. The first time always hurts. Your body isn't used to the change, but it gets easier. And I promise, I'll be right there. You won't be alone. River nodded again and went inside to pack, her hands shaking. Behind her, she heard Marcus speak quietly. You're in trouble, Alpha. I know, Alex replied, his voice rough. Believe me, I know. She's going to turn your world upside down. She already has. River closed the cabin door and leaned against it, trying to breathe. Trying to process. Trying to accept that in 3 days, her life as she knew it would end. And she had no choice but to trust a charming alpha with amber eyes and a wolf that wanted to kneel for her. Choose carefully who you trust with your heart, her father had written, because once a velvet wolf bonds, it's forever. River looked at her hands, still shaking, still looking normal, and wondered if she'd already made that choice. If she'd made it the moment Alex Kincaid walked through her door and called her sweetheart like it was the most natural thing in the world. 3 days, she whispered to the empty cabin. I have 3 days to figure out how to be something impossible. 3 days before everything changed. 3 days before she became the Velvet Wolf. She just hoped she'd survive it. Kincaid Lodge was nothing like River expected. She'd pictured something rustic and small, maybe a hunting cabin with a few outbuildings. What she got was a sprawling compound that looked like it had grown organically from the mountain itself. The main lodge was massive, all dark timber and riverstone, with a wraparound porch and windows that glowed warm against the afternoon light. Smaller cabins dotted the surrounding forest, connected by stone pathways that wound through the trees like veins. It wasn't a house. It was a village. Home sweet home, Alex said as he pulled his truck into the parking area. Several other vehicles were already there, trucks mostly. A few motorcycles. The main lodge has common areas, kitchen, dining hall, and guest rooms. Most pack members have their own cabins, but there's always someone around if you need anything. River clutched her duffel bag tighter. Through the truck windows, she could see people emerging from buildings drawn by the sound of Alex's arrival, or maybe by something else. Several of them stopped mid-step, heads turning in her direction. Nostrils flaring. They can smell me, she said quietly. Can't they? Yeah. Alex's hands tightened on the steering wheel. But they're good people, River. They know what you are, and they know you're under my protection. No one's going to hurt you or make you uncomfortable. What about the kneeling thing? My father said wolves can't help but submit when they smell a velvet wolf. Some of them will probably dip their heads when you pass. It's instinct, they can't really control it. But no one's going to grovel or make a big production of it. He turned to look at her, and his eyes were warm, reassuring. They're just going to treat you like pack, like family. River wanted to believe him, but her hands were shaking as she opened the truck door and stepped out onto the gravel. The scent hit her first dozens of wolves, their individual scents layered and mingling, cedar and pine, smoke and earth, wild things barely contained in human skin. It should have been overwhelming. Instead, it felt right, like coming home to something she hadn't known she was missing. Then they caught her scent. River watched it happen in real time. A woman hanging laundry froze mid-reach. A man working on a motorcycle's engine straightened abruptly. 2 teenagers racing across the compound slowed to a stop, turning in unison to stare. And one by one, their heads dipped. Just slightly. Just enough. Submission without thought. Recognition without understanding. River's stomach churned. Alex. You're okay. He was beside her immediately, one hand hovering near her lower back. Not touching, but close enough to be comforting. Just breathe, sweetheart. They're not afraid of you. They're showing respect. I don't want respect. I want... She didn't know what she wanted. To disappear? To never have read her father's journal? To wake up and find this was all some elaborate grief-induced hallucination? River Hale. The voice was weathered, warm, and utterly unafraid. River turned to find an older woman approaching from the main lodge. She was small, barely 5 feet tall, with silver white hair pulled back in a braid, and eyes that were sharp despite the wrinkles around them. She moved with the careful precision of someone whose body had seen many years, but whose spirit refused to slow down. And unlike everyone else, her head didn't dip when she got close. "You look just like your father," the woman said, stopping a respectful distance away. "Same eyes. Same stubborn set to your jaw." "You knew him?" River's voice cracked on the words. "Knew him? Child. I've known the Hale family for 70 years. I was there when your great-great-grandmother came to visit Alex's grandfather." The woman's eyes softened. "I'm Grace, and I'm very sorry for your loss. Jason was a good man, a great chancellor. He'll be deeply missed." Something in River's chest cracked. This woman had known her father, had memories of him that River had never been privy to. "He never told me about any of this." "I know. He wanted to protect you." Grace moved closer, and River caught her scent lavender and wood smoke, and something ancient. "But you're here now, and we're going to help you through what's coming." Everyone keeps saying that, like it's simple. Like I'm not completely terrified. Oh, being terrified is perfectly reasonable. Grace's smile was gentle. "Your first shift is always frightening. But sweetheart, you're not alone. You have a whole pack ready to catch you if you fall." There was that word again. Sweetheart? But from Grace, it felt maternal, comforting, like the grandmother River had never known. "Grace is our pack, Elder," Alex said. "She's been with Kincaid for longer than I've been alive. If you have questions about anything shifting, pack dynamics, Velvet Wolf history, she's the one to ask." Grace snorted. "What he means is, I'm old and I've seen things. Come on, River. Let's get you settled before the nosiest members of this pack decide they need to introduce themselves all at once." She turned and headed toward the main lodge without waiting for an answer. River glanced at Alex, who nodded encouragingly. "Go on. Grace won't bite. Well, she might, but only if you deserve it." Despite everything, River felt her lips twitch. Almost a smile. She followed Grace into the lodge, and the scent of the pack intensified. The main room was huge exposed beam ceiling, stone fireplace big enough to stand in, comfortable furniture arranged for conversation rather than formality. A staircase led to a second floor, and she could hear voices and movement from deeper in the building. Several wolves were in the main room, and they all stopped what they were doing when River entered. Heads turned, nostrils flared, and one by one, like dominoes falling, their gazes dropped. "All right, all of you, stop gawking," Grace said sharply. "She's not a museum exhibit. Get back to whatever you were pretending to do before we walked in." The wolves scattered, though River caught them glancing back as they left. Curious but not hostile, intrigued but cautious. "They mean well," Grace said, leading River up the stairs. "But wolves are terrible gossips, and you're the most interesting thing to happen here in decades. Because I'm Velvet. Because you're Jason Hale's daughter, and no one knew he had a daughter. And yes, because you're Velvet. We haven't had one of you in 2 generations." Grace glanced back. "How much did Jason tell you? In his journal?" "Everything, I think. The bloodline, the first wolf mother, the pheromones that make wolves submit. The fact that I'm apparently werewolf royalty and every alpha is going to want me for breeding or politics or both." River's voice was bitter. "That sounds like Jason." "Always thorough." Grace stopped at a door halfway down the second-floor hallway. "But sweetheart, you're more than your bloodline. You're a person. A woman who just lost her father and is being thrown into an impossible situation. Don't let anyone, including yourself, forget that." She opened the door to reveal a comfortable bedroom. Large bed with a handmade quilt, windows overlooking the forest, a private bathroom. Simple but welcoming. "This is yours for as long as you need it," Grace said. "The full moon is in 2 days. Until then, you're safe here. We'll teach you what we can, and when the time comes, we'll be there." River set her duffel bag on the bed, her hands still trembling. "What if I can't do it? What if I try to shift and my body just doesn't?" "It will. Your DNA knows what to do." Grace moved to the window, looking out at the forest. "But I won't lie to you, the first shift is painful. Your bones break and reform. Your muscles tear and rebuild. It's agony for about 30 seconds. That's supposed to make me feel better?" Grace turned back with a small smile. "No. But honesty is better than false comfort. You need to know what's coming so you're not surprised when it happens." River sank onto the edge of the bed. "I don't know if I can do this." "You can. You will." Grace sat beside her, and her weathered hand covered River's. "Your father was one of the strongest wolves I've ever known. Not because of his bloodline, but because he chose to be strong. You have that same choice, River. You can let this break you, or you can rise to meet it. I don't feel strong. I feel terrified. Good. Fear means you understand the stakes. It's the ones who aren't afraid that worry me." Grace squeezed her hand. "Now, you rest. I'll bring up some food you need to eat. Keep your strength up. And tonight, if you're up for it, I'll tell you stories about your great-great-grandmother. She was quite something." River nodded, throat tight with emotion. Grace stood, heading for the door, then paused. "Oh, and River? Alex is going to hover. It's in his nature as alpha, and his wolf is." She hesitated. "Interested. In ways he's probably not ready to admit. Don't hold it against him. He's a good man, even if he is occasionally an idiot." Then she was gone, leaving River alone with her thoughts. River lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and tried to process. 2 days. 2 days until the full moon. 2 days until her body would tear itself apart and rebuild into something else. 2 days until every wolf in 100 miles would know what she was. She closed her eyes and tried not to panic. River found Grace in the kitchen, peeling potatoes with quick, efficient movements. The old woman looked up and smiled. "Come to help or hide?" "Both," River admitted. The main lodge had been full of wolves at dinner. Kind wolves, curious wolves, respectful wolves, who couldn't help but dip their heads when she passed. It had been overwhelming. Is it always this much? You'll get used to it. Pack life is loud and chaotic and there's no privacy. Grace handed her a peeler and a potato. But it's also family, support, belonging. Something your father denied you by keeping you separate. River started peeling, grateful for something to do with her hands. Why did he? Really? The journal said he wanted to protect me, but from what? If I'm supposed to be this powerful velvet wolf, why hide me? Grace was quiet for a moment, considering. Because power makes you a target, sweetheart. Especially power like yours. Your great-great-grandmother, Evelyn, she was formidable, brilliant. She kept the peace between packs for 40 years, but she was also alone. She never took a mate because she was afraid of being seen as weak, of being controlled through someone she loved. My father wrote about that velvet wolves usually don't mate. Usually don't, but can. And should, in my opinion. Grace's hands never stopped moving. Evelyn's choice was hers to make. But Jason saw what that loneliness did to her, how she died alone, surrounded by wolves who respected her but didn't truly know her. He didn't want that for you, so he hid me from everything instead. He thought he was giving you a choice, a normal life first, and then the truth when you were ready. Grace sighed. He couldn't have known his heart would give out so soon, that you'd be thrust into this with no preparation. River's eyes burned. She blinked hard. focusing on the potato in her hands. I'm not ready. No one ever is. But you'll manage. You're stronger than you think. Grace glanced at her. And you have help. Alex isn't going to let anything happen to you. Why? River asked. He barely knows me. Why is he so determined to protect me? Grace's smile was knowing. Because you're Jason's daughter. Because it's the right thing to do. And because his wolf recognized something in you the moment you met. The velvet scent. Among other things. Grace's eyes twinkled. That boy has been alpha for 10 years. He's had every eligible female in 3 territories throw themselves at him, and he's never been interested, too focused on the pack, on his responsibilities. But you walk into his life smelling like amber and frost, and suddenly he can't think straight. River felt heat rise in her cheeks. It's just the pheromones. He said his wolf doesn't know whether to submit or claim. Exactly. That kind of conflict, that intensity. It means something. Grace set down her peeler and looked at River seriously. I'm not saying you need to mate him or fall in love or anything like that. But sweetheart, you should know the mate bond is real. When a wolf finds their mate, it's not just attraction, it's recognition. Your wolf knowing another wolf is meant to be yours. My father warned me about that, said I should choose carefully. He was right. But he also would have wanted you to choose someone, to not end up alone like Evelyn. Grace picked up her peeler again. Just keep an open mind. That's all I'm saying. River was saved from responding by Alex's voice calling from the main room. Grace. Is River with you? Kitchen! Grace called back. Alex appeared in the doorway, and River's breath caught. He'd changed since this afternoon, jeans and a dark Henley that did absolutely nothing to hide his build. His hair was damp like he'd just showered, and when he moved into the room, his scent came with him, cedar and smoke and wild things. River's hands stilled on the potato. There you are, Alex said, his eyes finding hers immediately. I was starting to think you'd decided to make a run for it. Not yet. River tried for levity and almost succeeded. Give me until after the full moon. Then I'll probably flee screaming. His smile was warm, genuine. Fair enough. Mind if I steal you for a bit? There's something I want to show you before it gets too dark. River glanced at Grace, who made a shooing motion. Go on. I can finish this myself. And River? Don't overthink everything. Sometimes you just need to take things as they come. Alex led River out the back of the lodge and into the forest. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, and the temperature was dropping fast. Here. Alex shrugged out of his jacket and held it out. You'll get cold. I'm fine. Sweetheart, you're already shivering. Just take the jacket. River took it, wrapping herself in fabric that smelled overwhelmingly of him. It was too big, the sleeves hanging past her hands, but it was warm and solid and comforting. They walked in silence for a few minutes, following a well-worn path deeper into the trees. River could hear water somewhere ahead, a stream or river. Where are we going? She asked. You'll see. It's not far. The path opened into a clearing, and River stopped. A natural hot spring steamed in the fading light, surrounded by smooth stones and wildflowers. The water was crystal clear, and she could see the source, a spring bubbling up from somewhere deep underground. It's beautiful, she whispered. It's one of my favorite places on the property. When everything gets too loud, too complicated, I come here. Alex moved to sit on one of the larger stones, gesturing for her to join him. I thought you might need somewhere quiet, away from the pack. River sat, careful to maintain some distance. But his scent was everywhere, mixed with the mineral smell of the hot spring and the pine of the forest. Thank you, she said quietly, for all of this. I know you didn't have to. I wanted to. Alex's voice was firm. Your father was important to me, River. And you. He paused, seeming to choose his words. You deserve better than being thrown into this alone, Grace said. You're hovering because your wolf is interested. Alex groaned. Grace has a big mouth. Is it true? He was quiet for a moment, staring at the spring. Then, yes, my wolf is very interested. It's been going insane since the moment I met you, actually. But River, I need you to know I'm not going to push. I'm not going to use your inexperience or vulnerability to try to claim you or manipulate you into anything. You have enough to deal with without me adding to it. River studied his profile. The strong jaw, the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands were clenched on his knees. What does your wolf want? Honestly? He glanced at her, and his eyes flashed amber for just a second. Everything. It wants to protect you. It wants to kneel for you. It wants to claim you. It's a confused, possessive mess, and I'm doing my best to keep it under control. Because I'm Velvet. Because you're you. His voice dropped. The velvet thing complicates it, sure. But River, I'm attracted to you. The woman in the black dress who was grieving her father but still had the strength to stand up to a stranger who walked into her cabin uninvited. The woman who read an impossible journal and came to the lodge anyway because she knew she needed help. That's who my wolf wants. River's heart was pounding. Alex, but like I said, I'm not going to push. He stood abruptly, putting distance between them. You have 2 days until the full moon. Let's focus on that. Everything else can wait. River wanted to argue. Wanted to? What? She didn't even know. But something in her chest was pulling toward him, and it terrified her. Okay, she whispered. Everything else can wait. River couldn't sleep. It was late past midnight, and the lodge was quiet except for the usual sounds of wolves moving through the building. She'd tried to rest, but her body felt wrong, feverish and restless, and like her skin was too tight. She stood at her window, looking out at the forest. The moon was waning, gibbous, not quite full, but close. So close. Tomorrow night she would shift, and she was terrified. A soft knock at her door made her turn. Come in. Grace entered, carrying a mug of tea. Thought you might be awake. It's chamomile and valerian root. Won't stop the shift, but it might help you relax. Thank you. River took the mug gratefully, breathing in the steam. Does everyone know I can't sleep? Sweetheart, everyone can smell your anxiety from 3 floors away. You're broadcasting it like a radio signal. Grace sat on the edge of the bed. Tell me what you're feeling. Hot, restless, like something is crawling under my skin. River set the tea down. Is this normal? Very. Your body is preparing for the change. Your wolf is waking up. Grace's expression was gentle. It's going to get worse tomorrow. The fever will spike, your senses will sharpen, and you're going to feel drawn to the forest, to the wild. What do I do? You let it happen. Fighting it only makes it worse. Grace stood. Come on. Let's go for a walk. Fresh air will help. They left the lodge quietly, Grace leading River into the forest. The night was cool and clear, and River could see more than she should have been able to. The moon painted everything in silver, and she could hear everything, wind in the trees, animals moving through the underbrush, water running somewhere distant. Your senses are sharpening, Grace observed. What can you smell? River breathed deeply. Pine and earth. Something musky, a deer, maybe. And underneath it all, dozens of wolf scents. The pack was everywhere, even in sleep, and one scent in particular, cedar and smoke. Wild and warm. Alex is awake, River said without thinking. I can smell him. Grace smiled. Yes, he's been patrolling, watching. For what? For you, to make sure you're safe. Grace glanced at her. His wolf won't rest until you've shifted successfully. It's driving him mad, but he can't help it. River felt something warm in her chest. He doesn't have to do that. Try telling him that. They walked in silence for a while. and River felt her racing thoughts begin to calm. The forest felt right, natural, like she belonged here in ways she'd never belonged anywhere else. Grace? River said quietly. What if I'm not strong enough? What if I shift and I'm just weak? Nothing special? Then you'll still be River Hale, and that will be enough. Grace stopped walking. But sweetheart, I don't think you need to worry about that. I can smell your power getting stronger every hour. By tomorrow night, you're going to be magnificent. I don't want to be magnificent. I want to be normal. Too late for that. Grace's smile was kind. But River, being velvet doesn't mean you can't also be yourself. You get to decide who you are, bloodline or not. River wanted to believe that. But as they walked back toward the lodge, she felt the fever building again, felt her wolf stirring beneath her skin. Tomorrow night, everything would change. River woke to fever so intense she could barely move. Her skin was on fire, and every nerve ending felt exposed. She stumbled to the bathroom and stared at her reflection. Her skin shimmered, not subtly, obviously, like moonlight was trapped beneath her skin and trying to break free. Her eyes were amber bright, pupils dilated, and her scent, even she could smell it now. Amber and frost, sharp and sweet. Someone knocked. River? You okay in there? Alex's voice. Of course it was. Her voice came out hoarse. I'm fine. You're not fine. I can smell the fever from out here. Can I come in? River opened the door. Alex stood in the hallway, and the moment he saw her, his expression shifted. His nostrils flared, and his entire body went tense. Sweetheart, the word came out rough. You're manifesting. Is that what this is called? She swayed, and Alex caught her instantly. His hands on her arms sent sparks through her entire system. I feel like I'm dying. You're not dying. Your body is preparing for the shift. He steadied her, and she could feel him shaking, fighting for control. River, I need you to stay in your room today. Don't go outside. Your scent is it's going to affect every wolf on the property, and we need them focused, not distracted. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. It's just biology. His hands gentled on her arms. Grace is bringing up food and water. You need to stay hydrated. And tonight, when the moon rises, I'll come get you. We'll go into the forest, somewhere private, and I'll help you through it. Will it hurt? His expression softened. Yes, but I'll be right there. And sweetheart, I promise it's worth it. Once you shift, once you feel your wolf run free, you'll understand. River nodded, not trusting her voice. Alex helped her back to bed, pulling the quilt over her, even though she was burning up. Try to rest. I know it's hard, but try. Alex? She caught his hand before he could leave. Thank you for everything. His fingers tightened around hers. Any time, sweetheart. Any time. The day passed in a fever dream. Grace came and went, bringing food River couldn't eat, and water she forced down. The sounds from downstairs were muffled. Alex had cleared the main lodge, sending everyone to their cabins until after the shift. Because River's scent was overwhelming, she could feel it herself now, the way it pulsed with every breath, rolling off her in waves. Amber and frost, iron and honey, and something deeper. Something electric. Her wolf was rising. As the sun set, River felt the pull. The forest called to her. The wild. She stood at her window, watching the sky turn from gold to purple to deep blue, and felt her bones begin to ache. The knock came just as the first edge of the moon appeared. River? It's time. She opened the door to find Alex waiting, and the sight of him made her breath catch. His eyes were fully amber now, his wolf very close to the surface, and his expression was intense, focused, protective. Are you ready? He asked gently. No. But let's go anyway. He smiled that warm, reassuring smile and offered his hand. "Come on, sweetheart. Let's go meet your wolf." River took his hand, and together they walked into the moonlight. The clearing Alex chose was deep in Kincaid territory, far enough from the lodge that they had privacy, but close enough that help could come if needed. River could see other wolves positioned at a distance, dark shapes between the trees. The pack, keeping watch, keeping her safe. The full moon hung low and heavy, and River felt its pull in her bones. Literally, every step sent aches through her legs, her spine. Her fever had spiked as the sun set, and now she felt like she was burning from the inside out. "How are you doing?" Alex asked, his hands steady at her lower back. He'd been touching her more small, grounding contacts that kept her anchored. His scent wrapped around her like a blanket, cedar and smoke. Wild and warm, like my skeleton is trying to escape my body, River managed. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to hold it together. "Is it supposed to feel like this?" "Unfortunately, yes." Alex's voice was gentle. He guided her to the center of the clearing, where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. "The first shift is always the hardest. Your body doesn't know what it's doing yet. But River, I need you to listen to me carefully." She looked up at him, and his eyes were fully amber now, his wolf so close to the surface she could practically see it. Around them, she heard soft sounds, other wolves shifting, preparing, making sure she had protection if she needed it. "When it starts, don't fight it," Alex said, his hands moving to her shoulders. His touch sent sparks through her overheated skin. "Your instinct is going to be to resist the pain, to pull back, but that makes it worse. You have to let go. Let your wolf take over." "What if I can't?" Her voice cracked. "What if I try and nothing happens?" "Then we'll try again tomorrow night, and the night after, until it works." His thumbs traced small circles on her shoulders, soothing, grounding. "But sweetheart, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Your wolf is right there. I can feel her." River could feel it too. Something wild pacing beneath her skin. Something that wanted out. "Will you?" She swallowed hard. "Will you stay close?" "I'm not going anywhere." His voice was firm. "I'll be right here the whole time." The moon rose higher, and River gasped as the first real pain hit. Not the ache she'd been feeling all day, this was sharp, intense, like her bones were splintering from the inside. "Alex, I know, sweetheart. It's starting." His hands moved from her shoulders to her arms, steadying her. "Remember, don't fight it. Let it happen." The pain intensified. River felt her spine bowing, her muscles seizing. She tried to breathe through it like Alex had taught her, but the pain was everywhere. Her bones were breaking. Actually breaking and reforming, and the agony of it drove a scream from her throat. "That's it," Alex said, his voice cutting through the pain. "Let it out. Scream if you need to. Fight if you have to. Just don't resist the change." River fell to her knees, and Alex went down with her, keeping her steady. His scent was everywhere, cedar and smoke, and she focused on it like a lifeline. Through the pain, through the terror, his presence was solid, real. "You're doing great," he murmured, and she felt his breath against her temple. "I can see her, River, your wolf. She's beautiful." Another wave of pain, worse than the first. River felt her jaw crack, her teeth elongating. Her hands, oh God, her hands were changing, fingers shortening, claws emerging. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think past the agony of her body tearing itself apart and rebuilding into something else. And then her scent exploded. River felt it happen the moment her wolf broke through the surface. The pheromones that had been building all day suddenly released in a wave so powerful she felt it like a physical force. Amber and frost. Iron and honey. Ozone and velvet. But not subtle anymore. Not layered and complex and easy to miss. This was a full manifestation. Pure, undiluted velvet power rolling off her in waves that made the air itself feel charged. electric, alive. She heard the impact before she saw it. Around the clearing, wolves dropped. The watchers in the trees, the pack members keeping guard, they hit the ground like their legs had been cut out from under them. Submission so complete and involuntary that some of them whimpered. Even Alex Alpha, strength, dominant bloodline, 10 years of control, couldn't stay standing. He went to his knees beside her, shaking with the effort of not going all the way down to his belly. His head bowed, throat baring instinctively. Holy! His voice was strained, awed. River, you're sent! But she couldn't respond. The shift was taking her fully now, and the pain reached a crescendo that whited out her vision. She felt her body fold, bones snapping and reforming, muscles tearing and rebuilding, skin rippling with fur. 30 seconds of absolute agony. And then, release. River opened her eyes and the world was different. Sharper, clearer. Every scent magnified, every sound crystalline. She could see in the darkness as clearly as daylight, could hear heartbeats from 100 yards away, could smell individual wolves, tracking their fear and awe and submission. She looked down at herself and saw paws, 4 legs. A body covered in fur that caught the moonlight and shimmered. She was a wolf, the velvet wolf. River stood on 4 legs and it felt right, natural, like this was what she'd been meant to be all along. Her human fear and uncertainty fell away, replaced by pure instinct, pure confidence. She was powerful. She could feel it thrumming through her veins, crackling along her fur. Every wolf in the clearing could feel it too. She turned her head and caught her reflection in Alex's eyes, wide and amber, and filled with something like reverence. Her wolf was sleek, smaller than most of the males, but perfectly proportioned, all elegant lines and predatory grace. Her fur was dark, nearly black, but when the moonlight hit it, it shimmered like velvet brushed the wrong way. Silver highlights rippled through the darkness, and her eyes glowed amber bright with intelligence. She was beautiful, and deadly, and commanding. River took a step forward, testing her new body. Her paws were silent on the forest floor. Her movements were fluid, controlled. She felt strong in ways she'd never felt as a human. The scent poured off her with every breath. Not overwhelming anymore now that the shift was complete. It had settled into something sustainable, but still powerful, still undeniable. The air tasted like ozone, like static before a storm. Every wolf who breathed it felt the compulsion in their bones. Kneel. Submit. Remember who leads. Alex was still on his knees, his head bowed, but she could see him fighting it, fighting the instinctive submission with every ounce of alpha will he possessed. His wolf wanted to roll over, bare its belly, acknowledge her superiority, but he stayed on his knees, stayed upright. River moved toward him, curiosity driving her. In wolf form, her human fears seemed distant. She wasn't worried about bloodlines or politics or dangers. She was just herself, pure and primal and free. She circled Alex slowly, and she felt his whole body tense, watching her, assessing whether she was a threat or something else. River's wolf knew what he was: alpha, dominant, powerful, but not her dominant. She outranked him, and they both knew it. She completed her circle and sat directly in front of him, close enough that her scent must be drowning him, close enough to see the amber glow of his eyes, the way his jaw was clenched with effort. Then she did something that surprised even herself. She leaned forward and bumped her nose against his. Alex's eyes widened, his breath caught. River's wolf made a sound, not quite a whine, not quite a purr, playful. She wanted him to shift. She wanted to run with him, wanted to see what this magnificent alpha wolf looked like when he wasn't kneeling. River? Alex's voice was rough, strained. Sweetheart, I need you to back up a little. Your scent is I can barely think. She bumped him again, more insistent this time. Then she nipped at his shoulder, gentle, not aggressive. Come on. Shift. Play. Alex's laugh was half strangled. "You're going to kill me, you know that?" But he shifted. The change was so fast, River barely tracked it. One moment, a man on his knees. The next, a massive wolf, easily twice her size, with dark fur and eyes that glowed like molten gold. His wolf was magnificent, all power and dominance and raw strength. But when he looked at her, his head dipped. Just slightly, acknowledging what she was. River's wolf preened. Then she took off running. She didn't plan it, didn't think about it. Her body just moved, powerful legs eating up the ground, wind rushing through her fur, moonlight painting the world in silver. She could hear Alex behind her, keeping pace, and the thrill of it sang through her veins. This was what she'd been missing her whole life. This freedom, this power, this rightness. She ran faster, testing her limits, and Alex matched her stride for stride. They wove through the trees like shadows, and River felt alive in ways she'd never imagined. Her wolf knew these woods instinctively, knew where to step, how to move, when to leap over fallen logs and when to slide under low branches. She was home. They reached a creek, and River skidded to a stop, panting. Her reflection in the water made her pause. The shimmer was even more obvious in wolf form. Her fur seemed to glow with internal light. She looked like something out of a fairy tale, something ancient and powerful, and not quite real. Alex appeared beside her, and their reflections side by side were striking. Dark and darker. Power and dominance. Alpha and something more. River turned to look at him, and his wolf made a soft, chuffing sound. Approval, pride, want. She circled him the way she had in the clearing, but this time it was different. This time, they were both wolves, equals in form, if not in rank. She moved close enough that her fur brushed his, and she felt the electric charge that contact created. Her scent rolled over both of them, amber and frost and ozone, and Alex's wolf shuddered. He wanted to submit. She could see it in every line of his body, but he also wanted something else. Something that made his tail wag slightly even as he fought for control. River nipped at his ear, playful, teasing, and then took off running again. This time, Alex chased. They ran for what felt like hours, racing through moonlit clearings, splashing through streams, testing each other's speed and strength and endurance. River felt powerful and wild and completely free. Her wolf reveled in the movement, the hunt, the game of chase with another wolf who matched her stride. When they finally stopped, River was exhausted in the best way. Her muscles burned pleasantly, and her lungs heaved with exertion. She flopped down in a clearing, sprawling in the grass, and Alex settled beside her. Close, very close. His large frame curved around hers protectively, and his scent cedar and smoke mixed with her amber and frost, until she couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. River's wolf was content, safe, protected, home. She'd been terrified of this moment for days, but now that it had happened, now that she'd shifted and felt her wolf run free, she understood what everyone had been trying to tell her. This was who she was meant to be. The moon reached its zenith, and River felt the shift pulling at her again. This time, it was easier, less painful. Her body knew what to do now, and the change from wolf to human took seconds instead of the agonizing 30 from before. She found herself lying in the grass, naked and breathless, with the cool night air raising goosebumps on her skin. "Alex!" Her voice was hoarse. Beside her, Alex shifted back to human. He immediately shrugged out of his shirt. He'd been wearing it tied around his wolf's neck, and draped it over her. "How do you feel?" he asked, and his voice was rough with something that might have been awe. "I feel..." River sat up slowly, pulling the shirt around herself. It smelled like him, and something in her chest purred at being wrapped in his scent. Amazing, powerful, like I could take on the world. Alex's smile was brilliant. "You looked incredible out there, sweetheart. You're wolf." He shook his head. "I've never seen anything like it." The way you moved, the presence you had. Every wolf in the territory felt you shift. They know what you are now. River should have been scared by that, should have been worried about the implications. But right now, still riding the high of her first shift, she felt invincible. Did I really make everyone kneel? She asked. Everyone except me, and only because I'm stubborn. Alex's expression was warm, proud. Your scent when you shifted River. It was like standing in the middle of a lightning storm. Powerful and beautiful and absolutely terrifying. But you stayed. Of course I stayed. His hand came up, brushing hair back from her face. The touch sent sparks through her system. I promised I would. They sat in silence for a moment, and River became aware of how close they were, both barely dressed, skin still flushed from the run, breathing hard. His scent was everywhere on her skin, in his shirt wrapped around her, in the air between them. And her scent, she could feel it even if she couldn't smell it. Amber and frost, iron and honey. That electric charge that made Alex's hand tremble slightly where it touched her face. Alex, she whispered. Yeah? Thank you. For everything. For staying. For helping me through it. She met his eyes, amber bright and intense. I couldn't have done this without you. His thumb traced her cheekbone, and the tenderness of the gesture made her breath catch. You're stronger than you think, sweetheart. But I'm glad I could be here. The moment stretched. Charged. Dangerous. River became acutely aware that she was pressed against his bare chest, wrapped in his shirt, close enough to see the gold flecks in his amber eyes. Close enough that if she leaned forward just a few inches, Alex's nostrils flared, his jaw clenched. River, we should head back. You need rest, and I need... He cut himself off, pulling back slightly. I need distance before I do something we might both regret. What if I wouldn't regret it? The words came out before she could stop them, bold. Unlike her. But her wolf was still close to the surface, and her wolf wanted him. Alex's eyes flashed fully amber. Don't say things like that when you're still riding the high of your first shift. When you can barely think straight. I'm thinking very clearly. No, you're not. Your wolf just woke up, and she's confused and excited, and probably latching onto the first alpha who showed you kindness. His voice was strained but firm. I'm not going to take advantage of that. River wanted to argue. Wanted to tell him that this wasn't confusion, that what she felt was real and powerful and undeniable. But another voice whispered in her head, her father's voice, from the journal. Choose carefully who you trust with your heart. Because once a velvet wolf bonds, it's forever. Okay, she whispered. You're right. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Alex stood, helping her up with him. He kept the shirt wrapped around her, proprietary and protective. Come on. Let's get you back to the lodge. Grace is probably pacing holes in the floor waiting for news. They walked back slowly, and as they got closer to the lodge, River heard it howling. The entire pack, voices lifted in celebration, welcoming her wolf, acknowledging what she was. They're singing for you, Alex said softly, for the velvet wolf's return. Tears pricked River's eyes. She'd spent her whole life feeling like she didn't quite fit anywhere. And now she had a whole pack celebrating her existence. When they emerged from the forest, wolves were waiting. Grace stood at the front of the group, and her weathered face was wet with tears. River, she breathed. Oh, sweetheart, you were magnificent. River was pulled into a hug, and then another, and another. Pack members she barely knew were congratulating her, telling her how incredible she'd looked, how powerful her presence had been. Marcus approached, grinning. You made me hit the ground like a pup, and I'm not even mad about it. That was the most intense dominance display I've ever felt. I'm sorry. Don't be. That's what makes you velvet. His expression grew more serious. But River, you need to know every wolf for 100 miles felt that shift. By tomorrow, alphas are going to start coming. They'll want to meet you. Some will want to challenge Alex's protection of you. It's going to get complicated fast. The high from her shift began to fade, replaced by creeping worry. What do I do? You let us handle it, Alex said firmly. He'd pulled on spare clothes someone had brought, and now he stood beside her like a guardian. You focus on learning control, understanding your power. Let me worry about the politics. Grace squeezed her shoulder. For tonight, just rest. Celebrate. Tomorrow, we'll prepare. But tonight, you did something incredible. Don't let worry steal that from you. River nodded, but she could feel the weight of reality settling back onto her shoulders. She was the Velvet Wolf now. Everyone knew it. And that meant everything was about to change. River lay in bed, unable to sleep despite her exhaustion. Her body was sore in new places, muscles she'd never used protesting the shift. But her mind wouldn't quiet. She kept replaying the run, the feeling of power and freedom, the way Alex's wolf had looked at her, reverent and wanting and protective all at once, the way she'd almost kissed him in the clearing, and the way he'd stopped her. I'm not going to take advantage of that. He'd been right to stop. She knew that. She was overwhelmed, vulnerable, still processing everything. The last thing she needed was to complicate things with the alpha who'd been protecting her. But her wolf disagreed. Her wolf had chosen, had recognized something in Alex that went beyond protection or gratitude. Mate. Something whispered in the back of her mind. He's ours. River rolled over, pressing her face into the pillow that still smelled like Alex's shirt. 3 days ago, she'd been a normal woman grieving her father. Now she was a werewolf, the Velvet Wolf, and apparently developing feelings for an alpha who was determined to be honorable even when she wasn't sure she wanted him to be. A soft knock at her door made her sit up. Come in. Grace entered, carrying 2 mugs of tea. Thought you might need company. Can't sleep? I'm old. I don't sleep much anyway. Grace settled into the chair by the window, handing River one of the mugs. How are you really doing? Honestly? I don't know. The shift was incredible. I felt powerful and free and like I finally understood myself. But now, River sighed. Now I'm scared. Marcus said alphas are coming, that everything's about to get complicated. It will get complicated. Your life just became very public, very political. Grace sipped her tea. But River, you're not alone in this. You have a pack now. Family. I barely know these people. You will. Give it time. Grace's expression softened. And you have Alex. He's not going to let anything happen to you. Why does he care so much? River asked quietly. He barely knows me too. Grace was quiet for a long moment. Then, because his wolf recognized you. The moment he caught your scent, his wolf knew what you were. Not just Velvet, though. That's part of it. But his mate. River's breath caught. He told me not to read into it, that I was confused because of the shift. He's protecting you. From himself. From the bond. From making choices you might regret. Grace smiled. Alex is a good man. Too good, sometimes. He won't claim you unless he's sure you want it. Unless he's sure you understand what it means. What does it mean? For wolves, the mate bond is forever. When you claim someone, when you let yourself be claimed, it's not casual. It's choosing to bind your life to theirs, to share everything joy, pain, power, vulnerability. For a velvet wolf, it's even more intense. Your bond would be unprecedented, powerful beyond measure. River set down her tea, hands shaking. That's terrifying. It is, but it's also beautiful. Grace stood, moving to the door. You don't have to decide anything tonight, sweetheart. Just know that whatever you choose, you have support. And Alex, he'll respect whatever decision you make. even if it kills him. After Grace left, River lay awake, watching moonlight paint patterns on the ceiling. Somewhere in the lodge, Alex was probably awake too, probably fighting his wolf's demands to claim her, probably being honorable and noble, and everything she should want in a potential mate. River touched her lips, remembering the almost kiss in the clearing. Choose carefully, her father had written. But what if her wolf had already chosen? What if the choice had been made the moment Alex Kincaid walked through her father's door and called her sweetheart, like it was the most natural thing in the world? River closed her eyes and tried to sleep. Tomorrow, alphas will come. Politics would intrude. The real world would crash back in. But tonight, she'd run free under the moon. She'd felt her wolf's power. She'd discovered who she truly was. And she'd found an alpha whose wolf wanted to kneel and claim in equal measure. That had to count for something. River woke to raised voices downstairs. She'd slept poorly, her dreams full of running through moonlit forests and amber eyes that watched her with barely restrained hunger. Now, morning light streamed through her window, and the lodge was in an uproar. She pulled on jeans and one of the soft sweaters Grace had left for her, then padded downstairs barefoot. The main hall was full of wolves, all talking at once, and the tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. Alex stood near the fireplace, arms crossed, his expression thunderous. Marcus was beside him, and Grace hovered nearby looking concerned. "Don't care what his reasons are," Alex was saying, his voice hard. "He doesn't get to just show up on my territory without warning and demand." "He's not alone, Alex," Marcus interrupted. "He brought 6 wolves with him." "That's not a friendly visit. That's a show of force." "Who's here?" River asked from the stairs. Every head turned. The room fell silent. River felt the weight of their attention, but this time it didn't make her want to hide. Her wolf was awake now, settled beneath her skin, and it gave her a confidence she'd never had before. She descended the stairs with her head up, meeting their gazes without flinching. "Vincent Cross," Alex said, his jaw tight. "Alpha, of Cross Pack. He's at the property line demanding to speak with the Velvet Wolf who shifted on Kincaid land." "How does he already know?" River asked. "Every wolf within 100 miles felt your shift last night, sweetheart. The power you put out, it was like a beacon." Alex's expression was protective, concerned. "Cross territory borders ours to the east. He probably felt it stronger than most. And now he wants to see me." River's voice was steady. "To verify what I am." "To test you," Grace corrected grimly. "Vincent is ambitious. If you're truly Velvet, he'll want to know how powerful you are, whether you'll be an asset or a threat to his plans." "What plans?" "Vincent has been trying to expand his territory for years," Marcus explained. "He wants to be more than just an alpha. He wants to be a power broker. Having a Velvet Wolf in his debt would give him leverage over other packs." River's wolf stirred, not liking the sound of that. "Alex, what do you want to do?" "I want to send him away," Alex said flatly. "Tell him you're under Kincaid protection, and he can make an appointment like a civilized wolf if he wants an audience." "But—" River could hear the unspoken word. "But refusing to let him meet you makes us look weak, like we're hiding you because we're not confident in your power." Alex's hands clenched into fists. "And it will make him more determined. He'll keep coming back, keep pushing. Better to deal with him now, on our terms." River thought about the journal, about her father's warnings about ambitious alphas, about being seen as a prize or a tool rather than a person. Something cold settled in her chest. "Then let's deal with him," she said quietly. "I'll meet with him. River, Alex." She met his eyes across the room. "I can't hide from every alpha who comes looking for me. If Vincent wants to see the Velvet Wolf, then he can see her." She saw pride flash across Alex's face, quickly followed by worry. "Okay, but we do this smart. You meet him here, in the main hall, with the pack present, not alone, not on his terms." "Agreed." Grace moved to River's side, her weathered hand squeezing River's. "Remember what I told you about your power, sweetheart. Don't let him intimidate you. You outrank him, whether he wants to acknowledge it or not. River nodded, feeling her wolf rise closer to the surface. Not threatening, just present. Ready? Bring him in, Alex said to Marcus. But make him wait first. 10 minutes. Let him remember whose territory he's standing on. River had positioned herself near the fireplace, with Alex standing slightly behind her right shoulder and Grace at her left. The rest of the pack had scattered around the room casual positions, but River could see the way they'd placed themselves, strategic, protective, ready to defend if needed. The doors opened, and Vincent Cross walked in. River's first impression was big. He was massive, even taller than Alex, broader through the shoulders, with the kind of presence that demanded attention. His hair was dark with silver threading through it, and his eyes were a cold grey that assessed everything in the room with calculating precision. He was flanked by 6 wolves, all large, all dominant, all carrying themselves like warriors. And the moment Vincent's gaze landed on River, his nostrils flared. She felt his wolf push at her a test of dominance, the kind of posturing alphas did instinctively when they met someone they perceived as competition. River's wolf snarled inside her. She didn't let it show on her face, just stood there, head high, meeting his gaze without flinching. And when she breathed out, she let her scent roll with it. Amber and frost, iron and honey, ozone and velvet. The room's temperature seemed to drop. Every wolf tensed. Vincent's eyes widened slightly. His wolves shifted uncomfortably behind him. Alpha Cross, Alex said, his voice cold and formal. You're on Kincaid land. State your business. Vincent's gaze didn't leave River. I felt a powerful shift last night. One that carried across territories. I wanted to see for myself if the rumors were true. He took a step closer. If Jason Hale's hidden daughter is truly Velvet, River didn't like his tone. Didn't like the way he said hidden, like it was something shameful. Didn't like the way he was looking at her, assessing her like she was a prize mare at auction. I'm River Hale, she said, her voice steady. And yes, I'm Velvet. Is that a problem for you, Alpha Cross? She saw surprise flicker across his face. He hadn't expected her to speak. Probably expected her to be meek, uncertain, still adjusting to her power. Not a problem, Vincent said smoothly. A complication. The Velvet line has been dormant for 2 generations. Its sudden reappearance raises questions. Such as? River asked, lifting her chin slightly. Such as why Jason Hale kept you hidden. What he was afraid of. Whether you're prepared for the responsibilities that come with your bloodline. Vincent's smile didn't reach his eyes. The Velvet Wolf isn't just a title, Miss Hale. It's a position of authority. One that comes with obligations to all packs, not just Kincaid. River felt Alex tense behind her, felt his protective instincts flare. But she didn't need protection. Not from words. I'm aware of what my bloodline means, she said coolly. My father left detailed records, and I'm perfectly capable of understanding responsibility. Thank you. Are you? Vincent took another step forward, and his wolves followed. The move was deliberate, pushing into her space, testing her boundaries. Because from where I'm standing, you shifted for the first time less than 24 hours ago. You're untrained, inexperienced, and sheltered under Kincaid protection like a child who needs guarding. River's wolf growled. The sound didn't make it past her throat, but everyone in the room felt it. The air pressure changed. Her scent pulsed stronger, sharper, that iron and honey note taking on an edge. Careful, Alex said quietly, and there was warning in his voice. But Vincent ignored him. His attention was fixed on River, and now there was calculation in his eyes. If you're truly Velvet, prove it. Command me. Make me submit like your great-great-grandmother could. The room went very still. River stared at Vincent Cross, and something in her chest went cold and sharp. He was testing her, challenging her, trying to see if she was weak, if her power was real or just rumor. He wanted her to be weak, She could see it in his eyes, because if she was weak, she was controllable, useful, a tool he could manipulate. River thought of her father, who'd kept her hidden to protect her from men exactly like this, men who would see her as a means to an end, rather than a person. "You want me to prove it?" she asked softly. "River?" Alex started. "It's okay." She didn't take her eyes off Vincent. "He wants to see what I can do. So I'll show him." River took a breath, slow, deliberate, and let go. The scent that poured off her wasn't the controlled version from last night. This was full power. Every pheromone her body could produce, released all at once in a wave that hit the room like a physical force. Amber and frost so cold it burned. Iron and honey perfectly balanced. The scent of blood and sweetness that signaled absolute authority. And underneath it all, ozone and velvet, static charge, the air before lightning strikes. It wasn't just scent, it was a presence, biology that bordered on divinity, a command written into DNA that every wolf in the room felt in their bones. Kneel. Vincent's wolves dropped immediately, all 6 of them hitting the ground like puppets with cut strings. Submissions so complete they couldn't even whimper. Vincent himself fought it. She could see the strain in his face, the way his muscles locked, the way his wolf was screaming at him to submit to your better. He managed to stay standing for 5 seconds. 10. Then his knees buckled. He went down hard, head bowing, throat baring instinctively. His entire body shook with the effort of not going completely prone. River walked toward him slowly, deliberately. Her bare feet were silent on the wooden floor, and with every step, her scent intensified. She stopped directly in front of Vincent, close enough that he could probably smell nothing but her, and looked down at him. "You want to see what I can do?" Her voice was soft, dangerous. "I can make you bare your throat without lifting a finger. I can make your wolf whimper for mercy without ever touching you. I can command every wolf in this room to bow, and they'll do it whether they want to or not. Because it's not magic, Alpha Cross. It's biology. It's who I am." Vincent's jaw was clenched so tight she could see the muscles jumping. "You've made your point." "Have I?" River leaned down slightly, and Vincent actually whimpered. "Because it sounded like you were questioning whether I was truly velvet, whether I was capable of understanding responsibility, whether I was worth the protection Alpha Kincaid has extended to me." Vincent's voice was strangled. "I apologize. I was out of line." "Yes, you were." River straightened. "I didn't ask for this power. I didn't ask to be velvet. But I am. And every wolf who comes onto Kincaid land looking to test me, to challenge me, to treat me like some prize to be won or threat to be eliminated, they'll learn the same lesson you're learning right now." She let her scent pulse one more time, a reminder of what she could do, and then deliberately pulled it back. Released the compulsion. Vincent sucked in air like he'd been drowning. His wolves scrambled to their feet, looking shaken and ashamed. But Vincent himself stayed on his knees for a moment longer, clearly struggling to regain his composure. When he finally stood, there was wariness in his eyes. And something else. Respect. "Fear. I underestimated you," he said stiffly. "That won't happen again." "See that it doesn't." River's voice was ice. "And Alpha Cross? My father kept me hidden because he wanted me to have a choice about my life, about how I used my power and who I gave my allegiance to. That was his gift to me, choice. I won't let ambitious alphas like you take that away." Vincent's jaw tightened, but he dipped his head in acknowledgement. "Understood. And, for what it's worth, your father was a good man, a wise chancellor. He would be proud of you today." "You didn't know my father well enough to say that," River said quietly. "Now get off Kincaid land. If you want to speak with me in the future, you can make an appointment like a civilized wolf. Alpha Kincaid will be happy to arrange it." It was a dismissal. Clear and absolute. Vincent stared at her for a long moment, and River held his gaze without flinching. Finally, he nodded. "Until next time, Miss Hale." His eyes flicked to Alex. Kincaid, you have interesting guests. Then he turned and left, his 6 wolves trailing behind him like whipped dogs. The moment the doors closed, the room erupted. Holy shit, did you see? I thought I was going to pass out. River stood frozen, adrenaline making her shake. Her wolf was still close to the surface, still ready to fight if needed. She'd never been that aggressive, that commanding, that powerful in her entire life, and it had felt incredible. River! Alex's voice was rough. His hand settled on her shoulder, warm and grounding. Sweetheart, look at me! She turned, and his eyes were fully amber. His wolf was right there, barely contained, and she could see the war in his expression, pride and possession and raw desire all tangled together. You were magnificent, he said hoarsely. Absolutely magnificent. I made him kneel, River whispered. I made them all kneel. Yes, you did. Alex's hand slid from her shoulder to cup her face, and the tenderness of the gesture made her breath catch. You showed all of them exactly who you are, what you're capable of. River, I have never seen anything like that in my life. Around them, the pack was still buzzing with excitement. Grace appeared at River's side, pulling her into a fierce hug. That's my girl, the old woman said proudly. You didn't back down, didn't let him intimidate you. You stood your ground and showed him that velvet wolves don't bow to anyone. I was terrified, River admitted. You didn't show it. That's what matters, Grace pulled back, her eyes shining. Your father would be so proud, sweetheart. You're everything he hoped you'd be. The words hit River hard. Tears burned behind her eyes, and suddenly the adrenaline crash was hitting. Her legs felt weak, and she swayed. Okay, everyone out, Alex said immediately, his voice carrying alpha command. Give her space. She needs to breathe. The pack dispersed quickly, though River caught their proud looks, their amazed expressions. Marcus clapped Alex on the shoulder as he passed, grinning. She's going to be trouble, Marcus said. The best kind of trouble. Then it was just River, Alex, and Grace in the main hall. I'm going to make tea, Grace said, squeezing River's hand. You come to the kitchen when you're ready, sweetheart. We'll talk about what just happened. Then Grace left too, and River found herself alone with Alex. Her voice cracked. I need air. Come on. Alex kept one hand on her lower back, guiding her through the lodge and out onto the back porch. The morning sun was warm, and the forest stretched out before them, peaceful and green. River leaned against the railing, trying to steady her breathing. That was insane. I was insane. I've never been that aggressive in my life. You were protecting yourself, asserting your authority. Alex stood beside her, close enough that his warmth soaked into her side. Vincent was testing you, and you passed. More than passed, you dominated him completely. I didn't like him. The words came out more vehement than she intended. The way he looked at me, the way he talked about my father, the way he acted like I was some kind of political chess piece. I hated it. I didn't like him either. And trust me, every instinct I have was screaming to step between you two. But River, Alex turned to face her fully. You didn't need me to protect you. You handled him yourself. You were incredible. I scared his wolves. You scared me. Alex's laugh was shaky. Your scent, your presence, sweetheart. You made me want to kneel, and I was actively fighting it with everything I have. River looked up at him, and her breath caught. He was looking at her like she was everything. Power and strength and beauty, all wrapped together. Like she was something precious worth protecting, and something dangerous worth respecting in equal measure. Alex, she whispered. Yeah? What you said yesterday. About not taking advantage of me. About waiting until I could think clearly. She stepped closer, close enough that her scent still carrying that edge from the confrontation washed over both of them. I'm thinking clearly now, and I need you to know something. His nostrils flared. His jaw clenched. River, you've been protecting me since the moment we met. Fighting for me. Giving me space and safety and support, even though your wolf is going crazy wanting me. She put her hand on his chest, felt his heart hammering. You've been so honorable, so careful not to push. But Alex, I need you to know you're not taking advantage of anything. I'm choosing this. I'm choosing you. Sweetheart, his voice was strained. You just had a major confrontation. Your adrenaline is high. I'm not confused. I'm not overwhelmed. I know exactly what I'm doing. River's hand slid up to his jaw, and she felt him shudder under her touch. You've been showing me that I'm worth protecting, worth fighting for. But Alex, you're worth fighting for too. You're worth choosing. His control was hanging by a thread. She could see it in the amber glow of his eyes, the way his hands clenched at his sides like he was physically restraining himself from touching her. If I kiss you right now, he said roughly, I'm not going to want to stop. Then don't stop. River! Alex! Please! I need... Her voice broke. I need you to stop being noble for 5 minutes and just kiss me. He broke. His hands came up, cupping her face, and then his mouth was on hers and everything else ceased to exist. The kiss was hungry, desperate, full of days of restraint finally snapping. His lips moved against hers with a need that made her knees weak, and when she gasped, he deepened the kiss, tasting her like he'd been dying to for days. River melted into him, her hands fisting in his shirt, pulling him closer, his scent cedar and smoke wrapped around her, and underneath it she could smell her own scent clinging to him. Amber and frost mixing with his wild warmth until they were indistinguishable. His hand slid from her face to her waist, pulling her flush against him, and she felt the growl that rumbled through his chest. Not threatening, possessive. Claiming. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Alex pressed his forehead to hers. River, he breathed. What are you doing to me? The same thing you've been doing to me since you walked through my father's door. She kissed him again, softer this time, tender, making me feel like I'm not alone. His arms tightened around her. You're not alone. You're never going to be alone again. I promise you that. River buried her face against his chest, breathing him in. Vincent is going to come back. Others like him will too. They're going to try to test me, to manipulate me, to use me for their own ends. I know. I can't do this by myself. I'm powerful, but I'm also new to all of this. She pulled back enough to meet his eyes. I need someone I can trust. Someone who sees me as River, not just as the Velvet Wolf. I see you, Alex said fiercely. I see the woman who grieved her father, who was terrified but came to the lodge anyway, who showed up to her first shift, scared out of her mind but did it anyway, who stood up to Vincent Cross and made him remember why velvet wolves lead. I see you, sweetheart. All of you. Tears spilled down her cheeks. My father wrote that I should choose carefully, that the mate bond is forever. Alex went very still. River. I'm not saying that's what this is. Not yet. We barely know each other. She touched his face, tracing the line of his jaw. But I am saying I want to find out. I want to see where this goes. If you'll have me. If I'll have you? Alex's laugh was disbelieving. Sweetheart, my wolf claimed you the moment I caught your scent. It's been driving me insane trying to be honorable when all I want is to keep you. To make sure every wolf in the territory knows you're mine. Then stop fighting it. River kissed him again, soft and sure. I'm here. I'm choosing this. Choosing you. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. Alex's arms wrapped around her, holding her like she was something infinitely precious. Together, he agreed. But River, you need to understand. If we do this, if we let this become what it wants to be, there's no going back. The mate bond is permanent. And with your power and mine combined, it's going to be intense. I know. River smiled against his chest. Grace explained it. How velvet bonds are unprecedented. How it'll make us stronger together. And you're sure? Because, sweetheart, I need you to be sure. Because the moment I let myself really claim you, I'm never letting go. River pulled back to look at him, and she let everything she felt show in her face. The attraction, the trust, the growing affection that felt like it might become love given time. I'm sure, she said softly. I'm choosing you. Alex Kincaid. Whatever that means. However long it takes, I'm choosing you. His kiss this time was different. Not desperate or hungry, though there was heat underneath. This was a claiming, a promise. The kind of kiss that marked territory and declared intention. When he pulled back, his eyes were molten gold. River, he growled softly. Oh, sweetheart, what you're doing to Myrrh. I'm doing exactly what you're doing to me, she agreed, and something in her chest clicked into place. A golden thread she hadn't known was there, suddenly visible, connecting her to him. The beginning of the mate bond. Alex felt it too. She saw recognition flash across his face, followed by wonder. River, he breathed. I can feel you. You're Wolf. It's like we're connected. River's hand went to her chest, over her heart where the thread originated. Is this normal? For mates? Yes. For velvet wolves? He shook his head in amazement. I don't know. Grace might. But sweetheart, I can feel you. Your emotions. Your presence. It's incredible. River could feel him too. His protective instincts, his fierce pride, his desire carefully banked but present. And underneath it all, something that felt a lot like love beginning to bloom. We should probably tell Grace, River said, though she made no move to leave the circle of his arms. And the pack. If we're doing this, if we're letting the mate bond form, they need to know. They already know, Alex said wryly. The whole pack can probably smell how thoroughly I've scented you. And your scent, he breathed in, and his eyes darkened. You smell like me now. Cedar and smoke mixed with your amber and frost. Every wolf who sees you is going to know you're claimed. Good. River surprised herself with the vehemence of the word. But her wolf was satisfied, pleased. Yes, claimed by strong alpha. Safe, protected. Come on. Alex kissed her forehead. Let's go face Grace and her I told you so expression. Then we need to talk about what happens next. Because Vincent Cross is going to tell every alpha in the region what happened here today. Things are about to get very complicated very fast. Let them come, River said, feeling her power settle comfortably beneath her skin. I'm not hiding anymore. I'm not backing down. I'm the Velvet Wolf. I have an incredible alpha at my side, and anyone who has a problem with that can take it up with me directly. Alex's grin was fierce and proud. That's my girl. They walked back into the lodge hand in hand, and River held her head high. She was velvet. She was powerful. She was mated to an alpha who saw her as more than her bloodline. And she was done being afraid. Let the ambitious alphas come. Let them test her. She'd show them all what it meant to challenge a velvet wolf who'd finally found her strength. Grace was in the kitchen peeling apples when River and Alex walked in, still holding hands. The old woman took one look at them at their intertwined fingers, at the way Alex's scent clung to River like a second skin, at the golden glow in both their eyes, and smiled. Well, she said mildly, setting down her peeler. It's about damn time. River felt heat rise in her cheeks. Grace. Don't grace me, sweetheart. I've been watching that boy dance around his feelings for days. She wiped her hands on her apron and moved closer, studying them both. You've started the bond. I can see it. There's a thread between you. faint still, but growing stronger. "You're not surprised," Alex said. "Of course I'm not surprised. I'm old, not blind." Grace's expression softened. "His wolf chose you the moment he caught your scent, River. And yours chose him right back, whether you knew it or not. The mate bond doesn't lie." "Is it?" River hesitated. "Is it too fast? We barely know each other." "Sweetheart, wolves don't mate on human timelines. When you know, you know." Grace squeezed River's free hand. "Besides, you're not fully bonded yet. The thread is there, but you haven't completed the claiming. You have time to learn each other, to be sure. The bond will grow at the pace you set." Alex's thumb traced circles on River's palm. "The pack needs to know." "Officially, the pack already knows, dear. The whole lodge probably felt it the moment the bond snapped into place. Mate bonds have a resonance, especially ones this powerful." Grace's eyes twinkled. "But yes, you should make a formal announcement. Tonight, at dinner, let everyone celebrate." "Celebrate?" River asked. "Of course, celebrate," Grace laughed. "River, you choosing Alex isn't just a personal decision, it's political. You're Velvet, the highest authority in werewolf society, and you've chosen to bond with Kincaid's alpha. That makes this pack the seat of power. Every wolf here knows what that means." Alex's expression grew more serious. "It also paints a target on us. Vincent's going to tell every alpha in the region that River is bonding with me. They're going to see it as me claiming her bloodline, trying to consolidate power. Let them think what they want." River said firmly, "I chose you because of who you are, not what you can give me politically. I know that. You know that. But they won't care." Alex's hand tightened on hers. "River, we need to be prepared. More alphas are going to come. They'll want to meet you, test you, see if they can still sway you away from Kincaid. Some might even challenge my right to you. Then I'll tell them the same thing I told Vincent." River's wolf stirred, confident and sure. "That I make my own choices, and I've chosen you." Grace nodded approvingly. "That's the spirit. But Alex is right, we need to be smart about this. River, you're going to have to receive these alphas formally. As the Velvet Wolf, not just as Alex's mate. You'll need to assert your authority, hear whatever they have to say, and dismiss them. Make it clear that your bonding with Alex doesn't diminish your power, it amplifies it." "A show of strength," River said slowly, understanding. "Exactly. The alphas will come expecting to find you weak," claimed, controlled by Alex. "You need to show them that you're still the most powerful wolf in any room you walk into." Grace's smile was sharp. "Think you can do that, sweetheart?" River thought of Vincent Cross on his knees, unable to fight her command. Thought of the power that had surged through her veins when she'd made him submit. "Yes," she said quietly. "I can do that." "Good. Because Marcus just got word 3 alphas are arriving tomorrow. They want formal audiences with the Velvet Wolf." Grace's expression grew more serious. "These aren't friendly visits, River. They're coming to assess you, to see if you're truly as powerful as the rumors say, and to find out if Alex has claimed you, or if you're still available." River felt Alex tense beside her, a low growl building in his chest. She squeezed his hand. "Then we'll show them," she said. "We'll show them all that I'm exactly as powerful as the rumors say. And that I chose Alex, freely, completely, and permanently." The formal announcement was made at dinner, with the entire pack gathered in the main hall. Alex stood beside River at the head of the long table, one hand resting possessively on her lower back, and addressed his wolves. "I'm sure most of you have already figured this out," he said, a smile playing on his lips. "But I'm making it official. River and I have begun the mate bond." The room erupted in cheers. Wolves howled, stomped their feet, clapped hands on tables. The joy was palpable, genuine. River felt overwhelmed by it, by their acceptance, their celebration, their happiness for both of them. Grace stood and raised her glass. "To the Alpha, and his velvet mate. May your bond be strong, your love be fierce, and your enemies be terrified. Here! Here! Marcus called out, grinning widely. After the toasts and congratulations died down, Alex's expression grew more serious. You also need to know that tomorrow we'll be receiving visiting alphas. They're coming to meet River formally, in her capacity as Velvet Wolf. These meetings are political, and they may be tense. I expect everyone to be on their best behavior, but also to be ready if things go wrong. The pack's mood shifted, still supportive, but now with an edge of protectiveness. These were their alpha and their Velvet Wolf. They weren't going to let anyone threaten either. Sarah, one of the pack mothers, spoke up. What do you need from us, Alpha? A show of strength. Unity. I want every wolf in this pack standing together tomorrow. Let these alphas see what they're dealing with if they think they can intimidate or threaten River. Alex's voice carried authority and pride. Everyone wears formal pack attire, Kincaid colors. Black and forest green. I want us to look like the unified force we are. Not casual. Not relaxed. We present as a pack that stands together, that protects our own, that won't be intimidated by visiting alphas, no matter how many wolves they bring. Marcus nodded, approvingly. Show them this isn't just River standing alone, it's River with 63 wolves at her back. Exactly. Alex's eyes swept the room. Dress uniforms, pack insignia visible. We stand as one family, one force. Let them see what true loyalty looks like. Nods all around. Determined expressions. Several pack members were already mentally going through their wardrobes, planning. River felt something warm bloom in her chest. These people barely knew her, but they were ready to stand with her, to protect her, to dress in their finest, and present a unified front against any threat. Family, her wolf whispered. After dinner, River found herself surrounded by well-wishers, pack members offering congratulations, sharing stories about mate bonds, giving advice. It should have been overwhelming, but instead it felt right, like she'd finally found where she belonged. Grace pulled her aside eventually, guiding her to a quiet corner. How are you really doing, sweetheart? I'm scared, River admitted quietly. About tomorrow. About meeting more alphas who are going to see me as a prize or a threat. About having to prove myself over and over again. That's understandable. But River, you need to remember something important. Grace's weathered hand covered hers. You're not doing this alone. You have Alex. You have me. You have this entire pack standing behind you. And more than that, you have power that those alphas can barely comprehend. They should be scared of you, not the other way around. Vincent certainly seemed scared, River said with a small smile. Damn right he was. You put him on his knees without breaking a sweat. Grace's eyes sparkled with pride. Tomorrow, you're going to do the same to whoever shows up. You're going to sit in that chair like the queen you are, and you're going to remind every alpha in this territory why Velvet Wolves lead. What if I mess up? What if I'm not? Then you recover and move forward. River, you're allowed to be imperfect. You're allowed to still be learning. But don't let them see doubt. Don't let them see weakness. Grace squeezed her hand. Be the wolf who made Vincent Cross kneel. Be the woman who chose her own mate despite the political pressure. Be River Hale, daughter of Jason Hale, and the Velvet Wolf returned. That's more than enough. River nodded, feeling some of her fear ease. Thank you, Grace, for everything. Oh, sweetheart. I'm just getting started. Now go find that alpha of yours. You need rest, and he needs to stop pacing holes in the floor worrying about tomorrow. River found Alex in his room, their room now, she supposed, since she'd unofficially moved her things in earlier. He was standing at the window, staring out at the forest, tension evident in every line of his body. Hey, she said softly, closing the door behind her. He turned immediately, and some of the tension drained from his shoulders when he saw her. Hey, yourself. How are you holding up? I'm okay. Nervous about tomorrow, but okay. She moved to him, and his arms wrapped around her automatically. You're worried? Of course I'm worried. 3 alphas are coming to our territory, and every one of them is going to try to undermine our bond. They're going to test you, push you, see if they can find weakness. His voice was rough. And I'm going to have to stand there and watch, because if I interfere, it makes you look like you need protecting. River pulled back enough to meet his eyes. I do need protecting sometimes. That's not weakness, that's reality. But tomorrow, I can handle myself. You taught me that I'm powerful. Vincent proved it. Now I need to prove it to the rest of them. I know you can handle yourself. That's not what scares me. Alex's hands tightened on her waist. What scares me is what they might offer you. Political alliances, power, territory, things that might seem more attractive than bonding with a relatively small pack in the mountains. Alex, I know you chose me. I'm not doubting that. But, River, these alphas are going to be persuasive. They're going to try to convince you that you're limiting yourself by staying with Kincaid. And His voice cracked slightly. I'm terrified that they might be right. River cupped his face, making him look at her. Listen to me. I chose you because of who you are. The man who protected me when I was vulnerable, who helped me through my first shift, who saw me as River instead of just the Velvet Wolf. That doesn't change based on what some ambitious alpha offers me. You're not limiting me, Alex. You're freeing me. Giving me a home, a pack, a place where I can be myself instead of just a political tool. His forehead pressed against hers. I love you, he whispered. I know it's too soon. I know we barely know each other, but sweetheart, I love you. River's breath caught. The mate bond thrummed between them, golden and warm, and she felt the truth of his words settle into her bones. I love you too, she whispered back. And tomorrow, I'm going to make sure every alpha in this territory knows it. River woke to find Alex already up, getting dressed in what she recognized as his formal alpha attire. Black pants, perfectly tailored, black boots polished to a shine, and the Kincaid pack tunic, a striking combination of black with dark forest green accents, the pack insignia embroidered over his heart in silver thread. Over it all, he pulled on a long dress coat that fell to mid-thigh, black with green trim along the collar and cuffs, giving him the appearance of both warrior and leader. He looked magnificent. Powerful. Every inch the alpha. He caught her watching and smiled. Morning, sweetheart. Morning. She sat up, taking in the full effect. You look incredible. Very official. That's the point. He adjusted the coat's collar. Today isn't casual. We're receiving alphas who are coming to test you, to assess our pack, to see if they can find weakness. I want them to see strength from the moment they arrive. Every wolf in Kincaid colours, standing united. It sends a message. What message? That you're not alone. That challenging you means challenging all of us. His eyes met hers, warm despite the formality of his attire. And that we're prepared to defend what's ours. She stretched, feeling the pleasant ache of sleeping wrapped around him all night. What time are they arriving? First alpha is due at 10. Thomas Cross, Vincent's younger brother. River sat up, immediately more alert. Another Cross. Unfortunately, Thomas is different from Vincent, less overtly aggressive, but he's cunning, and he's loyal to his brother's ambitions. Alex sat on the edge of the bed, his hand finding hers. He's going to try to smooth over what happened with Vincent. Probably apologize, make nice, try to get you to reconsider your impression of Crosspack. Not happening. I know. But you need to hear him out. Be diplomatic. Asserting your power doesn't mean being hostile to every alpha who visits. River nodded, taking that in. Who else is coming? Alpha Morrison, from the Western Territories. He's old, traditional, probably coming to verify you're real and not some elaborate hoax. and Alpha Chen from the north. She's sharp, ambitious, and she's been trying to expand her territory for years. She'll be the most dangerous of the three. She? Female alphas are rare but not unheard of. Chen is one of the most powerful in North America. Alex's expression grew more serious. She's also going to be very interested in you. Not romantically, she's mated, but politically. A female velvet wolf and a female alpha could create a very powerful alliance. But I'm already aligned with Kincaid. Which she's going to try to convince you is a mistake. Alex squeezed her hand. Just be prepared. Chen is persuasive. The main hall had been arranged formally. A high-back chair, almost a throne, had been positioned near the fireplace for River. Alex would stand slightly behind her right shoulder, close enough to support but not so close that it looked like he was controlling her. Grace and Marcus flanked the other side, and the rest of the pack was positioned around the room. A show of strength, unity, power. River wore a dress that Grace had produced that morning with a knowing smile. You're part of this pack now, sweetheart. You wear our colors. The dress was stunning black silk that fit her like a glove, flowing to the floor with long sleeves and a high neck. But it was the dark forest green accents that made it unmistakably Kincaid green threading, woven through the bodice in intricate patterns, green trim along the cuffs and hem. It was simple but elegant, powerful but feminine. River had chosen to go barefoot, a deliberate choice. Shoes felt wrong somehow, too constrictive. Her bare feet on the wooden floor felt grounded, connected to the earth and the pack lands beneath her. Her hair was loose, flowing over her shoulders, and in the morning light streaming through the windows, her skin had that telltale shimmer. The velvet power was close to the surface today, ready. She looked like what she was, a velvet wolf who'd found her pack. Power wrapped in pack loyalty, authority grounded in belonging. Grace stepped back, eyes shining with pride. Perfect. You look like you were born to wear Kincaid colors. I feel. River touched the green threading on her sleeve. I feel like I belong. You do belong, sweetheart. You're ours, and we're yours. Grace squeezed her hand. Now, let's go show these visiting alphas what a united pack looks like. The main hall was already filled with Kincaid wolves when River descended the stairs. Every pack member had followed Alex's instructions, formal attire in black and forest green, pack insignias visible, standing together in a show of unity and strength. But the moment River appeared at the top of the staircase, conversation stopped. She moved down the steps with her head high, the black and green dress flowing around her like water, her bare feet silent on the wood. Her skin shimmered in the morning light, and her scent, amber and frost, iron and honey, rolled gently through the hall. Every wolf's head turned, watched, and one by one, without conscious thought, they dipped their heads in respect. Not submission, recognition. Their velvet wolf, in Kincaid colors. One of them. Alex stood near the fireplace, and the moment he saw her, everything else ceased to exist. His breath caught audibly. She was stunning power and grace, wrapped in pack loyalty, authority grounded in belonging. The black and green made her look like she'd been born to wear Kincaid colors, and her bare feet somehow made her seem more grounded, more real, more his. River reached the bottom of the stairs, and Alex crossed to her immediately. His hands came up to frame her face, and his eyes amber bright with emotion traced every detail. River, he breathed. Sweetheart, you're absolutely breathtaking. We match, she said softly, touching the green trim on his coat. We look like mates, like partners, like we belong together. His thumb traced her cheekbone. Like you were always meant to be here, wearing our colors, standing with our pack. The moment stretched, charged with emotion, and the golden thread of their bond humming between them. Then Alex pulled her close and kissed her tender and claiming and full of promise. Not aggressive or possessive, just certain. A reminder that whatever happened today, whatever alphas came to test or challenge or intimidate, they faced it together. The pack erupted in approving sounds, whistles, soft howls, murmurs of "about time" and "beautiful." Grace was dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Marcus grinned like a fool. When Alex pulled back, his forehead rested against River's. "Ready to show these alphas what a united pack looks like?" "Ready," River confirmed. Through their bond, she felt his love, his pride, his absolute faith in her. Together. Always together. He kissed her once more, quickly, then turned to address the pack, his arm around River's waist. "Kincaid pack, you look magnificent. Every one of you. Today, we show our visitors what true loyalty looks like, what real strength is. Not dominance or intimidation, but family, unity, standing together. For the Alpha," someone called. "For the Velvet," another voice added. "For the pack," Marcus finished, and the entire room echoed it. "For the pack!" River felt tears prick her eyes. She'd lost her father, discovered an impossible truth, been thrust into a world she didn't understand. But she'd found this family, belonging, wolves who would stand with her, not because they had to, but because they chose to. "Thank you," she said quietly, her voice somehow carrying to every corner of the room. "All of you, for accepting me, for standing with me, for making me part of your family." "You're ours," Grace said firmly from her position near the front. "And we're yours, sweetheart. That's what pack means." Alex's arm tightened around River's waist. "First Alpha arrives in 20 minutes. Everyone to your positions. Let's show them what Kincaid's strength looks like." The pack moved with practiced efficiency, taking up positions throughout the hall. Strategic but not threatening. Present but not crowding. A demonstration of numbers and unity. River took her place in the high-backed chair near the fireplace, her throne, essentially, and Alex stood at her right shoulder. Grace moved to her left. Marcus positioned himself near the door. And 60 wolves in formal black and green stood as one family, ready to defend their velvet wolf. "They're going to regret challenging us," Marcus muttered. "They already do," Alex replied, his eyes on River. "They just don't know it yet." When Thomas Cross was shown in, River was already seated, head high, expression calm and regal. She let her scent roll gently through the room, not aggressive, but present, a reminder of what she was. Thomas was tall and broad like his brother, but his hair was darker, his features softer. He entered with only 2 wolves, a deliberate contrast to Vincent's show of force. He stopped several feet from River's chair and bowed. Actually bowed, deep and respectful. "Miss Hale, thank you for seeing me. Alpha Cross." River's voice was steady, formal. "What brings you to Kincaid territory?" "I'm here to apologize on behalf of my brother." Thomas straightened, meeting her eyes. "Vincent was out of line yesterday. He tested you inappropriately. Challenged you when he should have shown respect. Crosspack acknowledges that you are velvet, and that you deserve the deference that comes with your bloodline." River studied him, trying to read beneath the polite words. "And what does Crosspack want in exchange for this acknowledgement?" A flash of surprise crossed Thomas's face. He hadn't expected her to be so direct. "Alliance," he said after a moment. "Your father served as Chancellor for 20 years. He kept peace between territories, mediated disputes, and ensured cooperation. Crosspack hopes you'll continue his legacy." "Continue his legacy, or continue to serve Crosspack's interests?" River asked coolly. Thomas's jaw tightened slightly. "The two aren't mutually exclusive. A strong velvet wolf benefits all packs." "True. But a strong velvet wolf also can't be manipulated or controlled." River leaned forward slightly, and her scent pulsed amber and frost, sharp and clear. "Your brother came here yesterday trying to test whether I was weak, whether I could be intimidated. He learned otherwise. Now you're here with pretty words about alliance and legacy, But what you really want is to make sure Crosspack stays in my good graces. To make sure that when I take my seat at the Chancellor's table, I remember who apologized and who challenged. Thomas's eyes widened. Around the room, River felt the pack's approval, their pride in her perceptiveness. "You're very direct," Thomas said carefully. "I'm my father's daughter. He taught me that politics is a game, but honesty is a weapon." River sat back. "So let me be honest with you, Alpha Cross. I respect that you came here to apologize. I accept that apology on behalf of your brother. But understand this, I'm not my father. I won't be a neutral chancellor who serves all packs equally while having allegiance to none. I'm bonded to Alpha Kincaid. My loyalty is to this pack first, and to the broader werewolf community second." She felt Alex's pride through the bond, warm and golden. Thomas's expression shifted calculation, reassessment. The Velvet Wolf traditionally remains unbonded to maintain impartiality. The Velvet Wolf traditionally ended up alone and isolated, River corrected. My great-great-grandmother died without a mate, without children, without anyone who truly knew her beyond her title. I won't make that mistake. I choose connection over isolation, love over political neutrality. Even if it limits your power, it doesn't limit my power, it focuses it. River's eyes flashed amber. I'm still Velvet. I can still make any wolf in this room kneel with a breath. But now I also have a pack behind me, an alpha beside me, and a reason to use my power for more than just maintaining status quo. Thomas was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. I see. And if Crosspack needs mediation with another territory, if we need the Velvet Wolf's authority to settle a dispute, then you make an appointment, state your case, and I'll decide if your cause is just. River's voice was firm. But Alpha Cross, understand I won't be swayed by flattery or intimidated by threats. If you come to me, come with honesty. That's all I require. Thomas bowed again, deeper this time. Understood, Miss Hale. Thank you for your time. You're dismissed. He left with his 2 wolves, and the moment the doors closed, Marcus let out a low whistle. Holy shit, River! That was perfect. Was it? River felt the adrenaline start to fade, replaced by shaky uncertainty. I wasn't too harsh. You were exactly harsh enough, Grace said approvingly. You showed him respect by hearing him out, but you didn't give him an inch politically. That's exactly what you needed to do. Alex's hand settled on her shoulder, warm and grounding. Through the bond, she felt his fierce pride. You were magnificent, sweetheart. Thomas came here thinking he could smooth talk you into forgetting what Vincent did. Instead, you made it clear that you're not someone who can be manipulated. Who's next? River asked, though she already felt tired. Morrison. He'll be easier, he's just here to verify you're real. Alex squeezed her shoulder. You've got this. Morrison was old, truly old, with white hair and a face lined with decades of experience. He walked with a cane, though River suspected it was more affectation than necessity. His eyes were sharp as he studied her from the doorway. Well, he said, his voice gravelly with age. I'll be damned. You really are Velvet. River inclined her head. Alpha Morrison, welcome to Kincaid territory. Thank you for seeing an old wolf, Miss Hale. Morrison moved closer, and River noted he'd come alone. No escort, no show of force. Just one ancient alpha satisfying his curiosity. I knew your great-great-grandmother. Met her once, when I was a young wolf barely out of my teens. Never forgot it. The way she moved. The way she commanded respect without saying a word. You have her eyes. Something in River's chest tightened. You knew Evelyn? Briefly. She came to settle a dispute between my pack and a neighbouring territory. I was terrified of her. Morrison's smile was fond with memory, but she was fair. She listened to both sides, made her ruling, and both alphas accepted it without question. That's real power, not the ability to force submission, but the wisdom to earn respect. That's what my father tried to teach me, River said quietly. In his journal, that power without wisdom is just tyranny. Morrison nodded approvingly. Jason was a good man, a great chancellor. I was sorry to hear of his passing. His sharp eyes moved to Alex, then back to River. I also hear you've bonded with young Kincaid here. I have. That's unprecedented. Every velvet wolf before you remained unbonded. I know. River met his gaze steadily. And every velvet wolf before me died alone. I'm choosing a different path. Morrison studied her for a long moment. Then he smiled, genuine warmth crinkling the corners of his eyes. Good. Evelyn was powerful, but she was lonely. I always thought that was a damn shame. Power without love is a cold thing. You approve? River was surprised. Approve? Child, I'm thrilled. Alex Kincaid is a good alpha, honorable, strong, fair. He'll stand beside you, not in front of you or behind you. That's rare. Morrison glanced at Alex. You've got yourself quite a mate, young man. Don't screw it up. Alex's lips twitched. I'll do my best, sir. Morrison turned back to River. I'm not here to test you or challenge you or try to poach you from Kincaid. I'm just an old wolf who wanted to see if the rumors were true, to meet Jason's daughter, and to tell you that when you're ready to take your seat at the Chancellor's table, Morrison Pack will support you. Thank you, River said, genuinely touched. That means a great deal. One piece of advice, if you'll take it from someone who's lived too long and seen too much. Morrison leaned on his cane. Don't let the other alphas pressure you into being something you're not. You're velvet, yes, but you're also young, newly shifted, finding your way. Take your time, learn your power, and when you're ready to step into your father's role, do it on your terms. River felt tears prick her eyes. I will. Thank you, Alpha Morrison. He bowed a genuine gesture of respect and left. Grace appeared with a glass of water, which River accepted gratefully. See? Not all alphas are power-hungry politicians. Morrison was different, River agreed. But he's also old and established. He doesn't need to prove anything. Which is exactly why his support matters, Marcus pointed out. He's respected. When he tells other alphas that you're legitimate, that you're powerful, they'll listen. One more to go, Alex said. Alpha Chen. Are you ready? River took a deep breath. Ready as I'll ever be. Chen arrived precisely on time, and River understood immediately why Alex had warned her. The female alpha was stunning, tall and athletic, with jet black hair pulled back in a severe bun and eyes that missed nothing. She moved with predatory grace, and her dominance pheromones were strong enough to make several of the younger pack members fidget. She'd brought 4 wolves with her, all female, all clearly high-ranking. A statement. Chen stopped in front of River's chair and assessed her with cool calculation. She didn't bow, didn't show submission, just studied River like she was a puzzle to be solved. Miss Hale, Chen said, her voice smooth and controlled. You're younger than I expected. Alpha Chen, River replied evenly. Thank you for coming. I came to see if the rumors were true, to assess whether Jason Hale's hidden daughter is truly velvet, or if this is an elaborate ploy by Kincaid to consolidate power. Chen's eyes flicked to Alex, dismissive. I see you've bonded. Convenient. River felt Alex tense behind her, felt his wolf bristle at Chen's tone. Through their bond, she sent him calm, steady reassurance. My bond with Alpha Kincaid is not a political strategy, River said, her voice cool. It's a personal choice. Personal choices in our world are always political. Chen moved closer, and River caught her scent, jasmine and steel, sharp and unyielding. You're velvet. That makes you the most powerful wolf in North America. Yet you've tied yourself to a small mountain pack with limited territory and resources. Why? Because I value loyalty and honor over territory and resources. Admirable. Also naive. Chen's smile was thin. You're new to our world, Miss Hale. You don't understand the complex web of alliances and rivalries that govern pack politics. But I do. And I'm offering you an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? River asked, though she already knew she wasn't going to like the answer. An alliance between Chen Pack and the Velvet Wolf. My territory is vast, twice the size of Kincaid's. My resources are substantial. My connections span the continent. Chen's eyes gleamed. With you as my political partner, we could reshape werewolf society, bring female wolves into positions of power, challenge the male-dominated hierarchy that's existed for centuries. It was a compelling pitch. River could see the vision Chen was painting, two powerful females working together to change their world. But there was one problem. You're talking about using my power to advance your agenda, River said quietly. I'm talking about using our combined power to create real change. By making me your political tool. River leaned forward, and her scent pulsed amber and frost, iron and honey. You see me as a means to an end, Alpha Chen. A way to legitimize your ambitions. But I'm not interested in being anyone's puppet. Chen's eyes narrowed. I'm offering you partnership, not servitude. No. You're offering me an alliance that would require me to break my bond with Alex and align with you instead. That's not partnership, that's a trade. My autonomy for your resources. Your bond with Kincaid limits you, Chen said, her voice hardening. He's a good man, I'm sure, but he's small-time, regional at best. With me, you could have continental influence. Or I could have a mate who loves me for who I am. Not what I can do for him politically. River stood, and the room's temperature seemed to drop. Alpha Chen, I appreciate your visit, but I'm not interested in your alliance. You're making a mistake. That's my right. I'm allowed to make my own mistakes. River's voice carried authority now, her wolf rising close to the surface. And I'm allowed to choose connection over ambition, love over power plays, loyalty over opportunity. Chen's jaw tightened. You'll regret this. When Kincaid Pack can't protect you from the alphas who will come seeking your power, when you realize how limited your influence is tied to one small territory, you'll wish you'd taken my offer. River let her scent explode full force, the way it had with Vincent. Amber and frost so cold it burned, iron and honey perfectly balanced, ozone and velvet crackling with static charge. Chen's wolves dropped immediately, all four hitting the ground, whimpering. Chen herself fought it alpha strength, decades of control, but her knees buckled. She caught herself on the arm of River's chair, head bowing involuntarily. River leaned close, her voice soft and deadly. Don't threaten me, Alpha Chen. Don't threaten my mate. And don't ever assume that I'm weak, because I chose love over your version of power. I'm Velvet. I can make you kneel without breaking a sweat. The only reason you're still standing is because I'm allowing it. She pulled her scent back deliberately, releasing Chen from the compulsion. Chen straightened slowly, her face flushed with anger and humiliation. You'll regret this, she repeated, but her voice shook. You're dismissed, River said coldly. Chen left, her wolves scrambling after her. The moment the doors closed, River's legs gave out. Alex caught her before she hit the chair, pulling her against his chest. I've got you, sweetheart. You were incredible. I think I made an enemy, River whispered, shaking with adrenaline crash. You made 3 alphas understand exactly who you are, Grace said firmly. Thomas knows you can't be manipulated. Morrison knows you're legitimate, and Chen knows you're not someone to be threatened. Chen's not going to let this go, Marcus warned. She's prideful. You humiliated her in front of her wolves. She humiliated herself by threatening River, Alex growled. His arms tightened protectively. Let her try something. She'll learn the same lesson Vincent did. River pulled back enough to look at him. Is it always going to be like this? Alpha's coming to test me, to threaten, to try to use me. For a while, yes. Alex's expression was gentle but honest. Until they all learn the lesson. Until every alpha in North America understands that you're not someone to be trifled with. Then we'll teach them, River said, feeling her strength return. Together. Together, Alex agreed. Grace smiled. That's my girl. Now come on, you've had a hell of a morning. Let's get some food in you, and then we'll start preparing for the next wave. There's more coming? River asked weakly. Oh, sweetheart. We've only just begun. But Grace's eyes were proud, her smile warm. But you're handling it beautifully. Your father would be so proud. River let Alex guide her out of the main hall, his arm around her waist, his scent wrapping around her like comfort. Through their bond, she felt his love, his pride, his absolute faith in her. She was velvet, she was powerful, she was mated to an alpha who saw her as a partner, not a prize. And any alpha who couldn't accept that could take it up with her directly. She'd show them all what it meant to challenge a velvet wolf who'd found her strength and her mate. 3 days had passed since the alpha meetings. 3 days of relative peace, where River had trained with Grace, learned to control her scent, and explored the growing mate bond with Alex. The golden thread between them had strengthened, becoming more visible, more present with each passing day. But it wasn't complete, not yet. Grace had explained it carefully. The bond needed to be sealed through claiming, through intimacy, vulnerability, the complete joining of two wolves. River and Alex had been taking their time, learning each other, building trust beyond the instant recognition their wolves had felt. Tonight, they'd planned to complete it. The full moon was rising again, and Alex had prepared a private cabin deeper in the territory, away from the pack. Somewhere they could claim each other without interruption. River was in their room getting ready when Marcus burst through the door, not bothering to knock. River! We have a situation! She turned, immediately alert. What kind of situation? Vincent Cross is at the property line, and he's not alone. Alpha Chen is with him, along with about 20 wolves. Marcus's expression was grim. They're demanding to speak with you. And River, Vincent is formally challenging Alex. River's blood went cold. Challenging him how? For the right to court you. He's claiming that Alex isn't strong enough to protect a velvet wolf, that Kincaid Pack is too small and weak to be the seat of velvet power. Marcus's jaw clenched. It's a formal challenge. Alpha to alpha. If Alex refuses, it looks like he's weak. If he accepts, they fight. River's wolf snarled, rising to the surface. Where's Alex? Already outside. River, you need to stay. But she was already moving, racing down the stairs and out the front door. The entire pack was gathered in the main clearing, and she could feel the tension crackling in the air like electricity before a storm. Alex stood at the front of the group, his posture radiating barely controlled fury. His eyes were fully amber, his wolf very close to the surface. And across from him, at the edge of Kincaid territory, stood Vincent Cross and Alpha Chen. Behind them, their combined forces at least 20 wolves, all looking ready for violence. River pushed through the crowd, and Alex's head turned immediately. River, get back inside. No. She moved to stand beside him, and her scent rolled out amber and frost, already carrying an edge of iron. What's happening? Vincent stepped forward, his expression cold and calculating. Miss Hale, I'm here to formally challenge Alpha Kincaid's right to claim you as mate. You have no right to challenge anything about my mate bond, River said, her voice dangerous and low. Actually, according to ancient law, any alpha can challenge for the right to court an unmated velvet wolf. Vincent's smile was sharp. And you're not fully mated yet, are you? The bond isn't complete. I can smell it, the thread is there, but not sealed. River felt Alex tense beside her. It was true the bond wasn't complete, which technically meant challenges could still be issued. This is ridiculous, Alex growled. River has chosen. She's not available for courting. She's chosen prematurely. Chen stepped forward, her voice cool and controlled. You've manipulated her, Kincaid. She's young, newly shifted, vulnerable. You took advantage of that vulnerability to bond with her before she could understand her options. That's not true. River's voice cracked like a whip. No one manipulated me. I chose Alex freely. Did you? Or did you bond with the first alpha, who showed you kindness because you were scared and alone? Chen's eyes were calculating. River, you deserve better than a small mountain pack with limited resources. Vincent has offered to withdraw his challenge if you'll agree to meet with him formally, to consider cross-pack as a potential alliance. I've already refused your alliance, River said coldly. Both of you. This is just a different kind of manipulation. This is giving you a real choice, Vincent said. One not clouded by fear or gratitude or the influence of an alpha who saw an opportunity and took it. Alex's hands clenched into fists. Watch your words very carefully, Cross. Or what? You'll fight me? Vincent's smile widened. That's what I'm hoping for, because when I beat you, when I prove I'm the stronger alpha, River will see that she made the wrong choice. The Kincaid pack erupted in angry snarls and shouts. Marcus stepped forward, ready to intervene, but Alex raised a hand. If you want to challenge me, Cross, then do it. But understand, when I beat you, you'll leave Kincaid territory and never come back. You'll acknowledge River's choice and stop interfering in our bond. Agreed. And when I win, River agrees to hear my suit properly, without Kincaid influence. Vincent's eyes gleamed. Do we have terms? No! River grabbed Alex's arm. Don't do this. This is exactly what they want to make you fight for me, like I'm some prize. I won't allow it. River. Alex turned to her, his expression gentle despite the fury in his eyes. I have to. If I don't accept, every alpha in the region will see it as weakness. They'll keep coming, keep challenging, keep pushing. This ends now. Then I'll fight him, River said desperately. I'm Velvet, I can make him submit without... No. Alex cupped her face, his touch achingly tender. This is my fight. My right as your mate to defend our bond. Sweetheart, I need you to trust me. I do trust you. But I love you, and I'm not losing you to Vincent Cross or anyone else. He kissed her forehead. Stand with the pack. Let me do this. River wanted to argue, wanted to stop this, but she could feel through the bond how important this was to him. How he needed to prove to himself, to her, to everyone that he was strong enough to be her mate. She stepped back, and Grace immediately appeared at her side, steadying her. He'll win, Grace whispered. Alex is a good fighter, and he's fighting for you. That makes him dangerous. Alex moved to the center of the clearing, and Vincent followed. Chen stepped back, watching with cold interest. Shift! Marcus called out, his voice carrying alpha authority as beta. This is a formal challenge. Wolf against wolf. First blood or submission. Both alphas began to shift, and River watched Alex's transformation with her heart in her throat. His wolf was magnificent, large and dark, with amber eyes that gleamed with intelligence and fury. Vincent's wolf was bigger, broader, with silver threading through dark fur. Older, more experienced. They circled each other, and River felt every instinct screaming at her to intervene, to protect, to stop this. Then they collided. The fight was brutal. Vincent had size and experience, but Alex had speed and fury. They tore at each other, claws and teeth flashing in the moonlight. Blood spattered the ground. Snarls and growls filled the air. River couldn't look away, couldn't breathe. Through the bond, she felt every hit Alex took, every wound that opened. It was agony. Come on, Alex, Marcus muttered beside her. Show him what Kincaid is made of. Alex managed to get Vincent down, jaws at his throat, but Vincent twisted and threw him off. They both scrambled to their feet, circling again. Then Chen moved. It was subtle, just a shift in position, but River caught it. Chen's wolves were moving too, spreading out around the clearing, not watching the fight, positioning themselves strategically around the Kincaid pack. Grace, River said quietly. Look at Chen's wolves. Grace's eyes widened. Oh no, they're not here just to watch. They're planning something, River's wolf snarled. This wasn't a fair challenge. This was a coordinated attack. And then it happened. Vincent got Alex down again, pinned, and instead of going for the throat for the kill, or submission, he held him there. Vulnerable. Now! Chen called out. Her wolves attacked. All of them, simultaneously, launching themselves at the Kincaid pack, not to kill, to subdue, to overwhelm with numbers and take River while the pack was distracted. 3 wolves broke through the defensive line and ran straight for River. Grace shifted immediately, placing herself between River and the attackers. Marcus roared and dove at one of them. The entire Kincaid pack erupted into chaos, wolves shifting, fighting, protecting their own. But River wasn't looking at the wolves coming for her. She was looking at Vincent, still holding Alex down. At Chen, walking calmly toward the fight like she'd already won. And something in River snapped. The rage that flooded through her was unlike anything she'd ever felt, white-hot and consuming. Her wolf surged to the surface, and with it came power. Pure, undiluted velvet power that exploded from her like a shockwave. Her scent didn't just roll out, it detonated. Amber and frost so intense it burned. Iron and honey, but the iron dominated now, the scent of blood, of violence, of fury. And underneath it all, ozone and velvet crackling with so much static that the air itself felt alive. Every wolf in the clearing froze. The Kincaid wolves fighting for their pack. Chen's wolves mid-attack. Vincent still holding Alex down. Everyone except Alex. And then River commanded. Bow! It wasn't a request. It wasn't even really language. It was pure dominance, pure authority. The voice of the first wolf mother channeled through her descendant. Every wolf not named Alex Kincaid dropped. Vincent collapsed, as if his strings had been cut, releasing Alex immediately. Chen hit the ground on her knees, head bowing involuntarily, throat baring. Her wolves were flat on their bellies, whimpering. Even some of the Kincaid pack who'd been fighting went down, unable to resist the compulsion. Grace stayed on her knees, but lifted her head enough to watch, pride evident in her ancient eyes. Marcus tried to stay standing, managed 3 seconds, then submitted with a groan of mingled awe and defeat. The only wolf still on his feet was Alex. River shifted back to human form, her body moving on pure instinct. She was naked, skin shimmering with power, eyes glowing amber bright. She walked through the clearing of prostrate wolves, and they parted for her like water, none of them able to even look up. She stopped in front of Vincent first. He was trembling, his wolf completely submissive, and the smell of his fear was thick in the air. You came to my territory, River said, and her voice carried power that made wolves whimper. You challenged my mate. You dared to suggest I was manipulated, that my choice wasn't real, that I needed to be rescued from the alpha I love. Vincent couldn't speak, could barely breathe under the weight of her dominance. And you, River turned to Chen, who had her eyes squeezed shut, unable to meet River's gaze. You allied with him. You brought your wolves to attack my pack, my family. You thought you could overwhelm us with numbers, subdue me, take me away from everything I've chosen. We were. Chen's voice was strangled. We were trying to help. Silence. The word cracked like thunder, and Chen's mouth snapped shut. You don't get to speak. You don't get to justify attacking my home, threatening my mate, endangering my pack. River's scent pulsed stronger, and several wolves actually whimpered in pain from the intensity. I am River Hale, daughter of Jason Hale, descendant of Evelyn Hale, and I am the Velvet Wolf." Her voice carried across the clearing, command and fury woven together. "I am the highest authority in werewolf society. My word is law. My power is absolute. And I will not tolerate disrespect toward my mate, my pack, or my choices." She turned in a slow circle, making sure every wolf bowed. Submissive, unable to resist, felt the weight of her words. "Alexander Kincaid is my chosen mate, not because he manipulated me, not because I was scared or vulnerable or didn't understand my options, but because he is honorable, strong, loyal, and he sees me as River, not just as the Velvet Wolf. He protected me when I was vulnerable, supported me when I was scared, and stood beside me when I claimed my power. He is worthy of me, and I am proud to be his. Through the chaos, through the dominance display, through everything, River felt Alex's love surge through their bond. Fierce and proud and absolute, Kincaid Pack is my family now. These wolves accepted me, protected me, and celebrated me. They fought for me today against overwhelming numbers because they believed in my choice, because they are loyal. That loyalty means more to me than territory, resources, or political alliances ever could." She stopped in front of Vincent again. "You challenged my mate because you thought he was weak. You were wrong. Alex is strong enough to stand beside a Velvet Wolf without trying to control her. Strong enough to let me fight my own battles while still protecting me when I need it. Strong enough to be my equal partner instead of trying to dominate or possess me. That kind of strength terrifies alphas like you, because you don't understand it or have it." Vincent's wolf was practically convulsing with the need to submit, to appease, to flee. "And you—" River turned to Chen. "You thought you could take me away from Kincaid. Force me into an alliance I didn't want. Use me as a political tool for your ambitions." Her voice dropped to something deadly. "You attacked my pack, my family. There is no forgiveness for that." "Please," Chen managed to choke out. "I said silence." River's eyes flashed. "You came here tonight planning to kidnap me, to separate me from my mate before our bond could complete. You conspired with Vincent Cross. You attacked Kincaid Wolves. And you showed me that every concern I had about ambitious alphas using me was completely justified." She let her scent pulse one more time, a reminder of the power she held over every wolf present. "This is my decree. As Velvet Wolf, with the authority of the first wolf mother flowing through my blood. Vincent Cross and Alpha Chen, you are banished from Kincaid territory. You will not return. You will not contact me or any member of this pack. You will spread word to every alpha in North America that I am claimed, that I am mated, and that any wolf who disrespects that choice will face the same consequences you're facing now." She pulled her scent back slightly enough that the crushing weight eased, but the compulsion remained. "Furthermore, if either of you ever threatens my mate again, ever attacks my pack again, ever attempts to separate me from the life I've chosen, I will make you submit so completely that your wolves will never recover. You'll spend the rest of your lives unable to hold dominance over even the lowest omega. I will break you." The threat hung in the air, and every wolf in the clearing knew she meant it, knew she could do it. "Now get off my territory, and take your wolves with you." She released the compulsion. Vincent scrambled to his feet and shifted immediately back to human form. He was pale, shaking, and wouldn't meet her eyes. I apologize, Miss Hale. We were wrong. It won't happen again." Chen shifted as well, and there was murder in her eyes, but also grudging respect and fear. "You've made a powerful enemy today." "No," River said softly. "You made an enemy of me when you attacked my family. Now leave." Vincent and Chen gathered their wolves, all of them looking shaken and defeated, and left quickly, nearly running in their haste to escape River's presence. The moment they were gone, River's legs gave out. Alex was there instantly, catching her, pulling her against his bare chest. He was bleeding from multiple wounds, but he didn't seem to notice. "River, sweetheart, are you okay?" She touched his face, his shoulders, cataloguing injuries. "Vincent had you pinned, and then they attacked, and I thought, I'm fine, I'm perfect." He cupped her face, and his eyes were burning with emotion. "River, what you just did?" "I was so angry." Her voice shook. "They disrespected you, called you weak, tried to take me away from you, from our pack. I couldn't, I won't let anyone hurt you." "I know, sweetheart." I felt it through the bond. Your rage, your protective fury. He kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her lips. "You were magnificent!" Terrifying and magnificent. Around them, the Kincaid pack was slowly recovering, wolves shifting back to human form, checking on each other, gathering clothes. Grace appeared with blankets, draping one around River and tossing another to Alex. "Well," the old woman said, grinning despite the chaos, "that was quite a display, sweetheart. I don't think anyone's going to challenge you or Alex for a long, long time." Marcus limped over, sporting a nasty gash on his shoulder. "River, that was the most intense dominance display I've ever witnessed. You made everyone bow. I'm an alpha's beta, and I couldn't resist. He shook his head in awe. "That's pure velvet power." "They attacked our home," River said, still shaking with residual fury. "Our family. I won't apologize for protecting what's mine. No one's asking you to." Marcus's grin was fierce. "We're proud of you. You fought for us just like we'd fight for you." The pack gathered around, battered but victorious, and River felt their love, their acceptance, their fierce loyalty through every look and touch. "Everyone inside," Alex ordered. "Get wounds treated. We'll debrief in the morning." His arms tightened around River. "Grace, can you make sure everyone's settled?" "Of course, Alpha." Grace's eyes twinkled knowingly. "Take your time. You two have something important to finish." Alex lifted River into his arms, and she wrapped herself around him gratefully. Her adrenaline was crashing, exhaustion setting in, but through it all, she felt the bond humming between them. Incomplete. Waiting. He carried her not to the main lodge, but toward the forest. Toward the private cabin he'd prepared earlier. "Alex, not yet, sweetheart. Let me take care of you first." The cabin was small, but beautiful, all wood and stone, with a large bed covered in soft furs. A fire burned in the hearth, and someone, probably Grace, had left candles burning. Alex set River down gently and immediately began checking her over. "Are you hurt? Did any of Chen's wolves get to you?" "I'm fine. Grace and Marcus protected me before I made everyone bow." She caught his hands. "But you're bleeding. Let me... River." He pulled her close, his forehead pressing against hers. "I need you to understand something. What you did tonight, standing up for me, for us, for the pack that meant everything. You didn't let them separate us. You didn't doubt our bond for even a second." "Of course I didn't doubt it. Alex, I love you. I chose you. Nothing they said could change that. I know. But hearing you say it, hearing you defend our bond like that, with that much power and fury, sweetheart, my wolf is losing its mind right now." His voice roughened. "You're mine. And I'm yours. And I need everyone to know it. Permanently." "Then claim me," River whispered. "Complete the bond. Make me yours in every way." Alex's eyes flashed amber. "Are you sure?" "After everything that just happened, I'm sure. Alex, I've been sure since you walked into my father's cabin and called me sweetheart like it was the most natural thing in the world. I'm sure because you protected me without trying to control me. Because you stood beside me when I claimed my power. Because you fought for us tonight. She cupped his face. I'm sure because I love you, completely. Forever. He kissed her, then deep and claiming and full of promises. His hands moved over her body, gentle despite the intensity, cataloguing every inch of her. The blanket fell away, leaving her bare, and she felt no shame, only rightness. You're so beautiful, he murmured against her skin. Sweetheart. Alex, she moaned, pulling at his blanket until they were skin to skin. They moved to the bed together, and what followed was tender and fierce in equal measure. Alex worshipped her with hands and mouth, making her gasp and arch. River explored him with the same intensity, learning every scar, every line of muscle, every place that made him groan. When they finally joined, it was like coming home. Complete. Right. The bond between them flared gold and bright, and River felt its seal. Not just a thread anymore, a permanent connection that bound them together in ways that went beyond physical. She could feel his emotions as clearly as her own. His love, his pride, his fierce possessiveness. And he could feel hers, her trust, her desire, her absolute certainty that this was where she belonged. The pleasure built between them carried on the bond, amplified and reflected, until neither could tell where one ended and the other began. When they reached their peak together, the bond blazed, sealing completely, permanently, visibly, to any wolf who looked at them. They were mated, fully, completely, irrevocably. Afterward, they lay tangled together, breathing hard. Alex's hand rested over her heart, and River could feel through the bond that he was feeling her heartbeat as clearly as his own. I can feel you, she whispered in wonder. Everything you feel. And I can feel you. His voice was awed. River, our bond, it's stronger than any mate bond I've ever seen. It's like pure gold, like sunlight and strength and something I can't even name. It's us, she said simply. Velvet and Alpha, combined. You make me stronger, Alex said, pulling her closer. I can feel your power flowing through the bond. It's incredible. You make me stronger too, grounded, safe, loved. River kissed his chest, right over his heart. We're better together. Always together, he agreed. River, you know what this means, right? Our bond is sealed. You're Kincaid now. My mate, my partner, my equal, and anyone who tries to separate us will learn what happens when they threaten a velvet wolf and her mate. River's smile was sharp. I meant what I said tonight. I won't tolerate anyone disrespecting you or our pack. Not alphas, not councils, not anyone. My fierce mate. Alex kissed her softly. I love you. I love you too. They drifted to sleep, wrapped around each other, the mate bond humming contentedly between them. Complete, permanent, unbreakable. Outside, the Kincaid pack howled their celebration, welcoming their alpha's mate, honouring the bond that had been sealed in blood, and fury, and love. River Hale was no longer alone, no longer uncertain. She was velvet, she was mated, she was home, and heaven help any wolf who tries to challenge that. The High Council arrived 3 weeks after the confrontation with Vincent and Chen. River had been expecting threats, demands, anger at her choices. Instead, she got a letter delivered by messenger. The High Council requests the honour of an audience with River Hale, the Velvet Wolf. We come in peace, with news and welcome. They arrived at dawn, 5 ancient wolves, whose combined age probably exceeded 1,000 years. They moved with the careful dignity of those who'd seen empires rise and fall, and their scent carried power that made even Alex's wolf acknowledge their authority. Grace greeted them at the lodge entrance, and River noticed the old woman's genuine smile. Council members, welcome to Kincaid territory. The leader, a woman with silver-white hair and eyes like polished amber, smiled back. Grace, it's been too long. 40 years at least, Magdalene. Grace gestured them inside. River is waiting in the main hall. River stood by the fireplace, Alex at her side, the mate bond visible as a golden shimmer to anyone who looked closely. She dressed formally in deep emerald green, her hair loose, her skin carrying that telltale velvet shimmer. She looked like what she was, royalty. The council entered, and Magdalene stopped several feet away. Then, to River's shock, she bowed. Not submission, respect, acknowledgement. River Hale, daughter of Jason, granddaughter of Marcus, great-great-granddaughter of Evelyn. The velvet wolf returned. Welcome to your inheritance. River blinked, thrown off balance. I thank you. But I expected anger, demands, chastisement for bonding without our permission. Magdalene's smile was warm. Child, we're not here to punish you. We're here to welcome you. Another council member, a man with dark skin and kind eyes, stepped forward. I'm Ezra. I was a friend of your father's. He spoke of you often, though he never said where you were or what name you went by. He protected you well. Protected me? River's voice was uncertain. May we sit? Magdalene gestured to the chairs arranged around the fireplace. This explanation may take some time. Alex nodded to Sarah, who immediately gestured to several Omega wolves positioned near the kitchen. They moved with quiet efficiency, bringing in trays laden with teapots, coffee carafes, cups, and small plates of pastries. The hospitality was deliberate. These were honored guests, council elders who'd traveled far, and Kincaid Pack would show proper respect. Please, River said, finding her voice as the Omegas set everything on the low table between the chairs. You've had a long journey. Let us offer you refreshment before we talk. One of the Omegas, a young woman named Emma, poured tea for Magdalene with steady hands, her movements graceful and practiced. Another offered coffee to Ezra, who accepted with a grateful nod. Thank you, Magdalene said warmly to Emma, who dipped her head respectfully before retreating. It's good to see a pack that honors all its members. Omegas are the heart of any strong pack. They are, Alex agreed, settling into a chair beside River. We don't follow the old ways where Omegas are treated as lesser. Here, every wolf matters. Ezra sipped his coffee and smiled. Jason would have approved. He always said a pack was only as strong as how it treated its most vulnerable members. Once everyone was settled, council members with refreshments, River and Alex side by side, Grace and Marcus in supportive positions nearby Magdalene set down her teacup and began. River, did your father ever tell you about the Shadow Guard? No. Should he have? The Shadow Guard is an ancient order within werewolf society. They exist to protect the Velvet Line, always have, since the time of the first wolf mother. When Evelyn died without an heir, we thought the line was finished. But then your father came to us privately, 40 years ago, and told us he'd had a daughter. That the velvet blood had passed to you. River's breath caught. He told you about me. Everything, Magdalene said gently. Your name, where you lived, details about your mother. He had to, River. We couldn't protect you if we didn't know who or where you were, but he swore us to absolute secrecy. The council and the Shadow Guard were the only ones who knew River Hale existed. To the rest of werewolf society, Jason had no children, no heir. He trusted us with your life, Ezra added, leaning forward. Asked us to watch over you from a distance, to make sure no alpha stumbled across you accidentally, to protect you without you ever knowing we existed. And we honored that trust. The Shadow Guard has been watching you your entire life, Magdalene continued. When you went to college in Seattle, we had wolves positioned nearby students, professors, staff. People who could keep an eye on you without drawing attention. When you started your practice as a therapist, we made sure none of your clients were werewolves who might recognize what you were. We screened, we diverted, we protected. When your mother passed, Ezra's voice softened with compassion. We were there unseen, but present. making sure you were safe during your grief, making sure no predatory wolf caught the scent of your vulnerability. Tears burned River's eyes. You've been protecting me all this time? Knowing who I was, where I was, watching over me? It was our honor, Magdalene said. You're precious to our world, River. The velvet bloodline represents everything we aspire to be. Wisdom, power, justice, compassion. We would never let harm come to you if we could prevent it. Your father gave us the information we needed to keep you safe, and we guarded that secret as fiercely as we guarded you. Alex's hand found River's, squeezing gently. Through the bond, she felt his awe and gratitude, and his relief that River had never truly been alone, even when she thought she was. When Jason died, Ezra continued, his voice heavy with grief. We knew you'd come here to his cabin, knew you'd find his journal. We wanted to intervene, to guide you ourselves, but we also knew Jason's plan was sound. You needed to discover your power naturally, with a pack you could trust. So we watched, waited. And when you shifted, Magdalene smiled. When we felt that surge of velvet power across the territory, we knew Jason's faith in you had been justified. You'd found your way to Kincaid Pack. You'd found Alex. You'd found where you belonged. We also heard about what happened with Vincent Cross and Alpha Chen. Another council member said, an older man with a scar across his face. About the attack on Kincaid territory. About the challenge. River tensed, waiting for criticism. You handled it perfectly, Magdalene said firmly. You showed both mercy and strength. You didn't kill them, which you could have, but you made your boundaries absolutely clear. That's the mark of a true velvet wolf. Power tempered with wisdom. We've issued formal warnings to both Cross and Chen territories, Ezra added. They're forbidden from approaching you or the Kincaid Pack. If they violate that order, they'll face the full weight of council justice, which, I can assure you, is significantly more unpleasant than anything you could do to them. Relief flooded through River. Thank you. I was worried they'd keep coming back. They won't, not unless they're suicidal. Magdalene's expression grew softer. Now, let's discuss what actually brought us here. Your mate bond. River's hand tightened on Alex's. Here it came, the criticism, the demands that she break the bond for political neutrality. It's beautiful, Magdalene said simply. River blinked. What? Your bond. It's one of the strongest I've ever seen. Gold and brilliant, connecting you in ways that go beyond typical mate bonds. Magdalene looked between River and Alex. When we heard you'd bonded with Alex Kincaid, some council members were concerned. The tradition has always been that velvet wolves remain unbonded to maintain political neutrality. But traditions can change, Ezra interjected. And frankly, that particular tradition always seemed cruel to me. Evelyn was powerful, yes, but she was also profoundly lonely. She had respect but not love, authority but not companionship. Is that really what we want for our velvet wolves? A life of isolation and duty? No, Magdalene said firmly. River, your choice to bond with Alex Kincaid is not a weakness or a mistake. It's evolution. You're showing us a new way that power and love aren't mutually exclusive, that a velvet wolf can have both authority and partnership. Do you approve? River could hardly believe it. We celebrate it, Magdalene corrected. Alex Kincaid is an excellent alpha, honorable, strong, and most importantly, he sees you as an equal. He doesn't try to control or diminish you. That's rare and precious. You chose well. Alex cleared his throat, clearly moved. Thank you, council members. That means a great deal. Furthermore, Ezra said, standing and moving to a bag one of the other council members had brought, your bond doesn't diminish your authority. If anything, it enhances it. You're not just velvet, you're velvet with an alpha partner, a strong pack, and a foundation of love that will sustain you through the challenges ahead. He pulled out a wooden box. intricately carved with symbols River recognized from her father's journal. This belonged to Evelyn. She wore it during her tenure as High Chancellor. We've been keeping it safe, waiting for the day when another velvet wolf would claim it. He opened the box to reveal a pendant, a circle of silver, with a wolf's head in profile, surrounded by stars. It was elegant and powerful, clearly ancient. River Hale, Magdalene said formally, standing. The other council members stood as well. On behalf of the High Council, we formally invite you to take your seat at the Chancellor's table, to assume the position your father held, and your great-great-grandmother before him, to be the voice of wisdom and authority in werewolf society. River stood slowly, her legs shaking. I'm honored, but I'm so new to all of this. I've only been shifted for a few weeks. I don't know if I'm ready. You made Vincent cross an Alpha Chen bow without breaking a sweat, Grace said from her corner, pride shining in her old eyes. You defended your pack and your mate with more power than I've seen in decades. Sweetheart, you're ready. You don't have to take on everything immediately, Ezra assured her. Your father was Chancellor for 20 years before he took on the full duties of the position. You'll have time to learn, to grow into the role. We'll support you every step of the way. Magdalene lifted the pendant from its box and moved toward River. This is yours by right of blood. By right of power. By right of the courage you've shown in claiming your identity and your mate. Will you accept it? River looked at Alex, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. Through the bond, she felt his absolute confidence in her. Yes, River said quietly. I'll accept it. I'll take my seat at the Chancellor's table. I'll honor my father's legacy and my great-great-grandmother's memory, but I do it as River Kincaid mated, bonded, and standing beside my alpha. Not alone. Never alone again. As it should be, Magdalene said warmly. She placed the pendant around River's neck, and the silver felt warm against her skin. Welcome, Chancellor. Your seat has been waiting. River had thought the contractions would be more manageable. She'd counseled dozens of clients through pregnancy anxiety, had read every book Grace thrust at her, and had practiced breathing techniques, until Alex joked she could teach a meditation class. None of it prepared her for this. Holy shit, she gasped, gripping the bedpost, as another contraction tore through her. Grace, is it supposed to hurt this much? Sweetheart, you're giving birth to a velvet wolf pup. Of course it hurts! Grace was unflappable, moving around the room with practiced efficiency. But you're doing wonderfully. Your body knows what to do. Alex was beside her immediately, one hand on her lower back, the other clasping hers. Breathe. Love. You've got this. Easy for you to say, River panted. You're not the one trying to push a baby out. Despite the situation, Alex's lips twitched. True, but I'd trade places with you if I could. Liar. Complete liar, he agreed, kissing her temple. But I love you anyway. They'd set up the birthing room in their private cabin, the same one where they'd completed their mate bond. It felt right, bringing new life into the space where their bond had been sealed. Grace had insisted on being present, and River was grateful for her steady presence. The pregnancy had been interesting. River's velvet power had intensified, her scent becoming richer, deeper. Every wolf who came near her felt the compulsion to protect, to serve, to ensure the safety of the next generation. Alex had become almost comically overprotective, and the pack had hovered constantly. But it had also been beautiful. Feeling their daughter grow, feeling her power develop, even in the womb, knowing she carried the velvet bloodline forward, it had filled River with purpose and joy she'd never imagined. Another contraction coming, Grace warned. This is a big one, River. You're almost there. River bore down, screaming through the pain, and felt Alex's presence steady her through the bond. His strength flowing into her, his love anchoring her. That's it, Grace called. One more push, sweetheart. One more and we'll meet her. River gathered every ounce of strength she had left and pushed. The pain reached a crescendo, and then a baby's cry filled the room. River collapsed back against Alex, sobbing with relief and exhaustion and overwhelming emotion. Grace was laughing, tears streaming down her weathered face as she worked quickly. "She's perfect," Grace breathed. "Oh, River. Alex, she's absolutely perfect." A moment later, Grace placed a tiny squirming bundle on River's chest. River looked down through tears at her daughter, still covered in birth fluids, skin shimmering even moments after birth, eyes squeezed shut as she wailed. She was the most beautiful thing River had ever seen. "Oh my God!" River whispered, one hand coming up to touch impossibly soft skin. "Hi, little one. Hi, sweetheart. We've been waiting for you." The baby's cries quieted at her mother's voice. Tiny eyes opened amber bright already, glowing with inherited power. She looked up at River with the ancient awareness of the velvet bloodline, and River felt the connection snap into place. Mother and daughter, velvet and velvet. "She's perfect," Alex said hoarsely, his arm around River's shoulders, one finger gently stroking their daughter's cheek. "She's absolutely perfect." Grace cleaned the baby gently, wrapping her in a soft blanket before handing her back to Alex. "Meet your daughter, Alpha." The next velvet wolf, Alex took his daughter with reverent care, cradling her against his chest. The baby was so tiny in his large hands, but she seemed completely comfortable, nuzzling against his warmth. When she opened her eyes again, looking up at her father, something in Alex's expression cracked open. "Hello, little love," he murmured. "I'm your dad. And I promise you'll never have to hide what you are. You'll never have to be afraid of your power. You're going to grow up surrounded by love and pack and family." Through the bond, River felt his overwhelming emotion. Joy, hope, and fierce protective love all tangled together. "What are we naming her?" Grace asked, cleaning up efficiently while giving them space. "You've kept it secret long enough." River and Alex had debated names for months. They'd considered honoring Jason, honoring something that meant power or strength or wisdom. But in the end, they'd chosen something that felt right. "Evelyn Grace," River said softly, reaching up to touch her daughter's impossibly soft hair. Evelyn Grace Kincaid. Grace, who'd been cleaning up nearby, froze. Her weathered hands stilled on the cloth she was holding, and she turned slowly to look at them. "For your great-great-grandmother," Alex added, his voice thick with emotion. "The velvet wolf who came before you, whose legacy you carry." He looked directly at Grace, his eyes warm. "And for the woman who's been grandmother, teacher, and family to us both. The woman who helped River find her strength and taught her what it means to lead with wisdom." Grace's hand came up to cover her mouth, tears spilling down her cheeks. You named her after me?" "Of course we did," River said, her own voice breaking. "Grace, you've been everything to me. You helped me through my first shift, taught me about my power, and stood beside me when I claimed my authority. You've been the grandmother I never had, the mother figure I desperately needed. How could we not honor you?" "Evelyn Grace Kincaid," Grace whispered, moving to the bedside. She reached out with trembling fingers to touch the baby's soft cheek. "Oh, sweetheart. I don't know what to say." "Say you'll help us raise her," Alex said gently. "Say you'll teach her everything you taught River. Say you'll be her Grandma Grace, officially, the way you've already been to River." Grace let out a sob laugh, wiping at her tears. Of course I will. It would be my greatest honor." She looked down at baby Evelyn, who blinked up at her with those amber eyes. "Hello, little Evelyn Grace. You have a very big name to grow into. But I think you're going to do just fine." "The pack is waiting," Alex said after giving Grace a moment. "River, can I?" Take her out, River said, even though letting the baby out of her sight felt impossible. Show her to our family. Alex kissed River softly, then squeezed Grace's shoulder as he stood. Thank you, Grace, for everything. Grace could only nod, still too overcome with emotion to speak. Alex cradled Evelyn carefully and moved toward the door. When he opened it, the assembled pack went silent, all eyes locked on the tiny bundle in their alpha's arms. Alex stepped onto the porch, and his voice carried across the clearing. Kincaid pack, meet Evelyn Grace Kincaid, our daughter, the next velvet wolf. He lifted Evelyn slightly, and even from a distance, the pack could see the shimmer on her skin, could smell the faint traces of amber and frost that already marked her as velvet, could see the amber glow of her eyes as she blinked up at her father. The howling started immediately. Joyful, celebratory, welcoming. Every wolf in the pack raised their voices to honor the new life, the new velvet wolf, the future of their pack. Marcus pushed to the front of the crowd, grinning widely. She's beautiful, Alex. Absolutely beautiful. She's perfect, Alex agreed. Want to meet your goddaughter? Marcus's eyes widened. Goddaughter? We've been meaning to ask. You and Sarah, will you be Evelyn's godparents? Sarah appeared beside Marcus, tears already streaming down her face. We'd be honored. Oh, Alex, she's precious. The pack pressed closer, not crowding, but wanting to see, to catch that first glimpse of their future. Alex held Evelyn with one arm and used the other to pull Marcus and Sarah close, creating a small circle of protection around the baby. She's going to grow up knowing she's loved, Alex said, his voice carrying to the assembled wolves. Knowing she's protected, knowing she has a whole pack of aunts and uncles and cousins who will stand with her no matter what. She'll never be alone, never be afraid. She's ours, and we're hers. The pack howled again, and this time Evelyn made a tiny sound, not quite a cry, but a response, acknowledging her pack, accepting their protection. Inside the cabin, River listened to the celebration and felt peace settle over her. Her daughter was surrounded by love, protected by the strongest pack in the territory, born into a world that would honor rather than fear her power. Grace sat beside the bed, still wiping at tears, holding River's hand. You did wonderfully, sweetheart. She's perfect, and the pack adores her already. Thank you, River said quietly. For everything, Grace. Grace's weathered hand squeezed hers. You've been more than our alpha's mate, child. You've been the daughter I never had, the granddaughter I always wanted. Watching you grow into your power, claim your mate, bring new life into this world, it's been the greatest honor of my long life. She looked down at the baby in Alex's arms as he returned. And now, to have a namesake. I never thought I'd see the day. They sat in comfortable silence, listening to the pack celebrate outside. Then Alex returned, Evelyn still cradled against his chest. She did so well, he said, settling back onto the bed beside River. The whole pack wants to throw a celebration feast tomorrow. Marcus is already planning it. Of course he is. River smiled, reaching for Evelyn. The baby came to her eagerly, nuzzling against her mother's chest, already seeking comfort and warmth. Evelyn's tiny hand found River's finger and gripped it with surprising strength. Her amber eyes blinked up at her mother, and River felt the velvet power stirring in her daughter, faint but present, growing stronger every day. You're going to be so powerful, River whispered to Evelyn. So strong and brave and beautiful. And you're going to have choices, little love. You'll decide how to use your power, who to love, what kind of velvet wolf you want to be. No one will force you into a role, or hide you away, or tell you that power and love can't coexist. She'll have both of us, Alex added, his arm around River's shoulders, completing their little family circle. Teaching her, protecting her, showing her what it means to lead with both strength and compassion. Evelyn made a soft cooing sound, and River felt tears slip down her cheeks. Happy tears. Grateful tears. She'd lost her father a year ago and thought her world had ended. But now she had Alex, had the pack, had Grace, had a daughter who carried the velvet bloodline forward, had a future she'd never imagined possible. "What are you thinking?" Alex asked softly. "That I'm happy," River said simply. "That despite everything, the fear, the challenges, the ambitious alphas who tried to use me, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." "We both are," Alex agreed. He kissed her softly, careful not to disturb Evelyn. "Together, always together, always," River echoed. Outside, the pack was still celebrating. Inside, the Kincaid family Alpha, Velvet Wolf, and their perfect daughter sat in quiet contentment. The Velvet line had returned, stronger than before, not isolated and alone, but surrounded by love and pack and purpose. And little Evelyn Grace Kincaid, with her amber eyes and shimmering skin, and the blood of the first wolf mother in her veins, would grow up knowing she was precious, powerful, protected. The future of the Velvet Wolves was bright, and it was just beginning. "Evelyn Grace Kincaid, you get back here right now." River tried to sound stern, but she was laughing too hard. Her 5-year-old daughter was racing through the lodge in wolf form, a small, sleek pup with fur that shimmered like moonlight, with Marcus's young son Chase right behind her. "They're playing tag, River," Alex said, grinning as he wrapped his arms around his mate from behind. "Let them run." "She shifted in the middle of dinner. We haven't finished teaching her control yet." "She's got better control than most adult wolves." Alex kissed her neck. "She's just showing off for the pack." And she was. Evelyn loved an audience. At 5 years old, she was confident, charming, and aware that her velvet power made even the grumpiest wolves melt when she smiled at them. She was also stubborn, curious, and absolutely fearless, traits she'd inherited from both parents. "Evie," Grace called from the kitchen, using the nickname she'd given her namesake. "If you want dessert, you need to shift back and sit at the table like a civilized pup." Evelyn skidded to a stop, considered, then shifted back to human form in a shimmer of power. She grinned up at Grace, gap-toothed and adorable. "Okay, Grandma Grace, can I have 2 cookies?" "1 cookie. And only because you asked nicely." Evelyn bounced over to the table, completely unself-conscious about being naked. Clothes didn't survive. Pup shifts. And Marcus's mate, Sarah, appeared with a dress to pull over her head. "Thank you, Aunt Sarah," Evelyn chirped, then looked at River. "Mama, can Chase stay over tonight? We want to practice hunting." "You're 5. You're not hunting anything yet." "But Mama," Evelyn. Alex's voice carried just enough alpha command to make their daughter pause. "Listen to your mother." Evelyn pouted for approximately 3 seconds, then brightened. "Can we practice tracking instead?" "After dessert," River compromised. "And only in the backyard, where we can see you." "Okay." Evelyn grabbed her cookie and raced back outside, Chase following eagerly. River sank into a chair, exhausted. "She has more energy than the entire pack combined." "She's velvet and alpha blood mixed," Grace said fondly, her eyes soft as she watched her namesake through the window. "Of course, she has energy. And power. And attitude. She's perfect," Alex corrected, settling beside River. Through their bond, River felt his contentment, his pride in their daughter, his deep love for their life together. "She is perfect," River agreed. "Exhausting, but perfect. The past 5 years have been full." River had taken her seat at the Chancellor's table, mediating disputes, establishing new protocols, working to make werewolf society more equitable and just. She'd done it all with Alex beside her, supported by Kincaid Pack, and guided by the High Council. They'd faced challenges, alphas who'd tested her authority, rogues who'd threatened their territory, political maneuvering that would have been exhausting if she hadn't had Alex and Grace helping her navigate it. But they'd faced everything together, as mates, as partners, as equals. And now they had Evelyn, brilliant, powerful, loving Evelyn, who would grow up to be an even greater velvet wolf than River could imagine. Because she'd have what her great-great-grandmother never had, what River had only found later in life. She'd have love, family, choice. "What are you thinking about?" Alex asked, his hand finding hers. "That I'm grateful," River said simply. "For you, for Evelyn, for the pack, for all of it. My father gave me the gift of choice by keeping me hidden. But you gave me the gift of belonging by helping me claim my power. I have both now, choice and belonging. And that's everything," Alex kissed her softly. "I love you, River Kincaid, my mate, my velvet wolf, my everything. I love you too." Outside, Evelyn's laughter rang through the evening air as she played with her pack family. Inside, the lodge was warm with the scent of home and love and contentment. The velvet wolf had returned, had claimed her power, had chosen love, and the world was better for it. That's the end of this tale. But in the world of the supernatural, there's always another shadow waiting. Thank you for staying with me through every twist, turn, and heartbeat. If you enjoyed the ride, there's more waiting for you. Take a look at the other audiobooks on this channel. Don't forget to subscribe if you want more magic, monsters, and stories that go bump in the night. Until next time, stay curious and brave, and never stop listening.